And we welcome you live to Willard Stadium here at High Point University. Graham Tuck with Charles Crowell and the High Point University Panther Club Baseball team gets underway. Their first real game of the season as they look to head back to Pennsylvania for Nationals as this 2023 season kicks off. And Charles, this is set to be a great season for the Panthers. They've got a lot of freshman talent, and they can really build on that fantastic breakout year that they had last year.
They did, and they started off with a loss at Craven, but after that, they went on a very extensive winning streak. Winning
17 straight.
17 straight. A really talented team. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of freshmen on this team. They lost a couple of seniors in the offseason, but this year the freshman class is stacked. I think this team has a lot of talent and potential, and hopefully we see them back in Pennsylvania this season.
Well, the good news for this team is the freshman talent for one thing, but again, they bring back a lot of their top guys from last year, and the opponents that they play this year, for the most part, are the exact same teams that they took on a year ago when they finished the regular season 17-1 before making it to regionals and then nationals. The only team that they play this year that they did not play last year are these Maryland Terrapins, a non-conference game for the Panthers. And we'll look at the starting lineup for the Panthers now. It's going to be Quinn Dewitt in center field batting first, Dan Savino in right batting second, Brenton Rowe at first base, Brady Oswick at third, Drew Nagel playing second base, Oliver Cush in left, Josh Keith, the freshman, playing shortstop, drawing into the lineup today. Brandon Tuthill behind the dish. And the DH, Jake Savino, with Patrick Knapp on the mound. And Knapp had himself a year last year on the mound, a 1.85 ERA and a 7-0 record. Fantastic stuff. And we're just about ready to get underway here in High Point. Leading things off for the Terrapins is going to be the shortstop, Cherry. And the first pitch catches the outside corner. A good start for Knapp. It's strike one. The sophomore delivers, and that one just a bit farther outside. He tried to get the same spot, and it evens the count at 1. Knapp kicks and deals, and that one does catch the outside corner. 3 straight looking pitches for Cherry that time, and it's a 1-2 count to the Terp shortstop. Payoff pitch coming. And a swing and a miss. The first K of the year for Patrick Knapp and the Panthers. Or maybe it isn't. It looks like Tuthill caught that one. And then fouling that one back is Cherry. So apparently the count 2-2.
So he might have foul tipped that second to last pitch. I guess the umpire is keeping him in the box for now.
Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed, and there's the K for Knapp. One down here in the first.
And he kept trying to pull Cherry to that outside corner there, and he got in the bite on that strikeout. And good start here for the Panthers in terms of pitching.
Knapp was a dominant force last year on the mound as a freshman for this Panther team. Started 7 games, appeared in 8, and he won all 7 that he started. 32 hits allowed through 34 innings, only 7 earned runs on the year. 15-18 walk to strikeout ratio. This is Alfonso, the third baseman in the box from the right-handed side, and the count's even at 1. Knapp fires to the outside corner yet again. He's living on that outside part of the plate. And it's 2-1. That one's flied into right field. Charging towards the line and making the catch, Daniel Savino for out number 2. 2 quick outs to start the first for the Panthers.
You mentioned Patrick. He's staying to that outside. You know, he's going to have to start diversing his pitches a little bit. Otherwise, this Terrapins team is going to figure out where to swing that bat, locate that ball. So diversing your pitches here could be crucial.
It's working out so far for Knapp. Let's see what he does here against Rogers. The pitcher batting for himself. Rogers lines one into center. Charging back is DeWitt, and he'll make the catch for a quick out number 3. 3 up, 3 down to start the inning for the Panthers, and they'll come to the plate after this. And we are back here for the bottom of the first, and showing bunt right off the bat. DeWitt, he'll lay it right down the third baseline, and it's a bunt single for the leadoff man to start the first for the Panthers.
And I'm not going to lie, the first day of the season I was not expecting to see a bunt. But
hey, when you got the speed that DeWitt has, he showed it off on that tracking there in center field. But it puts a runner on for Dan Savino, so a quick start to the inning, and maybe not the one that Rogers would have wanted on the mound for the Terps. Right fielder Dan Savino coming up to the plate now, number 9 in purple. Rogers fires and hits the outside corner. It's a called strike 1.
Going back, that was a nice perfect bunt along the third base line, perfectly timed, and good speed to get there for the single.
Move over to first, keeps DeWitt honest. Dan Savino and Jake Savino, the brothers in the lineup today for the Panthers. Savino batting 9th at DH. Jake Savino, that is. Dan in right field batting 2nd, and he'll take a ball down and in, and it'll even the count. These two teams playing a doubleheader today, and then a game tomorrow as well. It'll be the case for most of the Panthers' weekend series this season, as that one also misses down and in for ball 2.
And not ideal weather we're having here at High Point.
So far.
Cloudy skies, rainy, but we got some turf here, so it doesn't affect us too much.
The 2-1 from Rogers. Savino squares to bunt as well. Can't make contact, and DeWitt will have to stay at first. It evens the count up at 2.
And DeWitt got antsy there. He was about a third of the way down that line before he had to reel back in before he get caught.
Brenton Rowe, the first baseman, on deck. Here's the pitch to Savino. He'll line it to the left side. That one's going to get through. Could be extra bases for Savino. DeWitt rounds second, heads for third. He's going to go home. Savino's at second. He's heading for third. The throw is offline, and the Panthers have scored first. It's a triple for Savino. DeWitt scores, and it's 1-0.
An excellent hit there from Savino right along that third base line. Had to make the left fielder run on that one. Nice triple for the Panthers. And what a way to score the first run of the season.
Might go down in the books as a double. Advanced to third on the throw home, but regardless, the first extra base hit of the year for the Panthers. Here's Rowe, and his first offering is swung on and missed. And it's strike 1. Brenton Rowe, a junior from Corolla, North Carolina. He's going to fly one to the right side. That one's going to go foul and off of the roof of the Steel Center. And it's an 0-2 count to the 3 spot for the Panthers.
And Rowe being very aggressive. As you expect out of your 3 hitter, you want those big hits and you want them to fight these pitches.
Ball in play, should score a run with Dan Savino on third. Here's the offering from Rogers. Foul tipped and caught. And it's out number 1. 3-pitch strikeout for Rogers. It's his first out of the inning. And it'll bring up Brady Oswick. Oswick, another freshman, starting at third today in the cleanup spot. 5'10", 200-pounder from Old Bridge, New Jersey. One of a couple of New Jerseyans on this Panther team. And the first pitch he sees is rocketed off the roof of the Steel Center as well. That one actually didn't make it to the roof, off the brick, back down towards the Panther dugout. It's 0-1. Drew Nagel, the second baseman, is on deck. Another freshman. This ball gets away. In comes Savino from third, and it's 2-0 on the wild pitch.
And that's really a confidence killer if you're Rogers here. 2 runs, 1 out, and both on very good plays from the Panthers. But that's going to kill your confidence if you're Rogers. You got to keep poised in this situation and keep throwing good pitches.
So the base is now clear for Brady Oswick. 1 down, bottom of the first, 2-0 Panthers. That pitch way outside. And Oswick's now ahead in the count, 2-1.
And Roger, you mentioned he has that weird submarine style of pitching as well, and being a lefty, it's interesting how he does.
That one finds the center of the plate. It's flied into right, and the catch made by Monser for out number 2. So Drew Nagel coming up to bat now for the first time this season with Oliver Cush on deck. Here's the pitch. That one doesn't find the mark, a bit high, and it's ball 1. Cush holds off on that one. Similar location, but this one finds the zone, and it's even at 1. And Nagel's gonna offer at that one. He's a bit behind, and it's 1-2. Tried to wait back on that pitch.
Are those Jordans he's wearing as cleats?
They definitely are.
Interesting. I like it.
1-2 pitch. Called strike 3. That ends the inning for the Panthers, but they get 2 on the board first. And they have the lead as we head to the second. 2-0 High Point after 1. And we're back here for the top of the second inning. Patrick Knapp back out on the mound for the Panthers. And leading things off for High Point, defensively, for Maryland is going to be the left fielder Kreisel. Off-speed first pitch, doesn't quite get back to the inside part of the plate, and it's ball one. Very efficient first inning for Knapp on the mound. Only 10 pitches, 3 up, 3 down. That one's over the heart of the plate, and it's grounded to the left side, but foul. So the count's even at 1 to Kreisel. The righty fires. That one's drilled into deep left center field. Going back is DeWitt, and he's not going to catch it. This is an extra base hit for the cleanup man for the Terps. Kreisel gets to second. A good throw in from the warning track by DeWitt. Keeps him from getting to third, but it's a leadoff double for the 4 spot.
That's Knapp's first hit against him for the day. You know, it's not going to be too much of a confidence killer like it was for Rogers for Maryland in the first inning. But again, you got to stay calm in the situation. You got a guy in scoring position. You got to get this guy out and stay aggressive when throwing those strikes.
So it brings up Townsend, the first baseman. First pitch to him, can't quite find the corner, and it's 1-0. Lampert, the second baseman, is on deck in the 6th spot. Knapp fires, and a big swing and a miss. Might have gotten a piece of that one. It's a dead ball, but regardless, count even at 1. Runner in scoring position for the Terrapins. Down by 2 here in the second of this 7-inning contest. Off speed, same pitch as the first one in the at-bat, but like the first one, it doesn't find the mark, and it's 2-1. Knapp throws a heater. That one misses the zone as well, and it's a hitter's count, 3-1 to Townsend. Knapp in a hole here with nobody out. The 3-1 pitch, swung on and missed, and that'll make the count full. Big pitch coming for Knapp with nobody out. Outside, ball 4.
That's a tough at-bat for Knapp. He had, looked like a curveball was going there twice. Just couldn't get enough rotation on, enough spin to get back to the center of the plate, and almost caught the batter there twice. But tough at-bat for Knapp. Threw a couple of good fastballs as well. He's, change up his pitches a lot. Just can't find that target.
So after a very dominant first inning, Knapp hasn't quite found his stride here in the second. He's got 2 on with nobody out. And Lampert at the plate. First pitch to him will find the zone, and it's 0-1. Monser, the right fielder, is on deck, wearing number 99 in red. Knapp fires the 0-1. That one's fouled to the left side. It'll get out of play. And an 0-2 count. Good work so far in this at-bat from Knapp to get himself back into this inning.
First game season, you got to take an aggressive approach when you're pitching. Set the tone early, set the tone for first game of the year. It's important to get on top early, and the Panthers have done so. Offensively, but also defensively, they have to get on top as well.
0-2 pitch. Grounded to the right side. This could be 2. Tag for the first out, on to first for out number 2. Double play. Kreisel advances to third, but great play from Drew Nagel to get the double play, and we've got 2 down. No, they're going to say that the tag missed. Oh, it looked up here that clearly Nagel tagged him, but there's runners on on second and third now. And Coach Murphy wants to have a talk about this one for the Panthers. He's out of the dugout. Charles, what did you see on that play?
I saw the tag being applied or attempted, but I couldn't quite see from here if it was a clean tag or if he might have skimmed the jersey. Obviously, it's going to be kind of hard for us with no video replay. But, you know, I thought I saw a clear tag. I thought I saw some contact on the front side of that jersey.
Well, Coach Murphy's going to have to appeal to the home plate umpire here. And he's not going to get the call. So 2 runners in scoring position and only 1 down. That's a big momentum swing for the Terrapins here in the second.
Yeah, 2 runners in scoring position here. Get 1 nice hit into the outfield on the opposite side. And it's a nice 2 runs for the Terrapins that could potentially tie this game back up.
So a G4 for Lampert for out number 1. And it brings up Monser. He'll swing on the first pitch. It was inside, pops it back. Tuthill is not going to be able to reach this one. It's out of play, strike 1. The 8th spot, Loft, the catcher, is on deck. Monser with runners on second and third. Here's the pitch. That one's popped to the right side. Chasing after it is Rowe, and that one's going to get out of play as well. So an 0-2 count to the right fielder. That one looked like it was going to stay in, but it just kept drifting towards that brick wall over there on the right field side.
And Rowe had a chance there if he had a little bit more speed. Hit the top part of that brick wall out there on the right-hand side.
One thing to note, too, there is no padding on that brick wall, so it is going to be a very rude awakening if you're charging into that wall. Not like some of those chain link fences that you might be used to playing in high school or some other level. That ball is going to miss, so a 1-2 count to Monser.
And I think you see Rowe there. He kind of was eyeing the wall as well. He's kind of going back and forth between the ball and the brick wall, and that's kind of important playing in this kind of field, to have that kind of awareness.
Good communication from the dugout, too, to let him know that he was getting close to that spot. 1-2 pitch, called strike 3. What a spot from Knapp to get out of there. It's out number 2 in the inning on the backwards K.
And that's a good momentum killer for the Panthers. You have 2 guys in scoring position. You only have 1 out. It's a good strikeout to have to get back into this inning.
So it brings up Loft with 2 down and 2 on, both in scoring position. Big at-bat here for the 8 spot. And the first pitch is in the turf for a 1-0 count. Something to note here, even though this is the first game that will count in the standings that the Panthers have played this year, it's not the first games that have counted in the standings for them. They got 3 forfeit wins to Campbell, who forfeited their season earlier this year. So that's 3 conference wins for the High Point Panthers to start off the year. They're officially 3-0 coming into this contest, even though this is the first time that they've taken the field for a true game. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Knapp, swung on and fouled into the turf. Terps are threatening, but they're down to their last strike here in the top of the second inning.
Also worth mentioning, I think it was last night or 2 nights ago, they played the HP Diamondbacks. And that was a good win for the Panthers as well. But again, doesn't count for any kind of standings, but again, shows off the bats and shows off the pitching as well.
We'll talk more about that in a little bit, as that one's outside to even the count at 2. But yeah, that HP Diamondbacks exhibition on Wednesday, a very interesting storyline for this Panthers team as they come into their first true weekend of games here in late February. 2-2 with 2 outs. Here's the pitch from Knapp. And Loft able to hold off on that one. It'll make the count full. Knapp does have a base to work with. No runner on first. But you don't want to load the bases late into the inning. Bunting, the center fielder, is on deck. And then the top of the order. 3-2 pitch. Swung on. Line to short. That one's going to get over the head of the shortstop. Into left field. It's an RBI single. And the throw will keep Townsend at third, but Kreisel scores, and it cuts the lead for the Panthers to 1. Big spot there for Loft.
That was a nice little blooper into left field for the Terrapins. Gets that first run on the board and gets that momentum back that they had earlier in this inning. And it's going to be important for Knapp here to get an out or just keep on the ground. Keep it, or just keep it high in the air as well. Just some kind of out for them is going to help out.
And you got to look back to that spot where you could have had a double play, but the tag unable to be applied. And we're going to have a pinch runner here. Don't have names or numbers for the subs on Maryland, but a pinch runner at first. So runners on the corners, 2 down, and a 2-1 lead for the Panthers in the top of the second inning. 1-0 pitch to Bunting. And you got to think that's a courtesy runner for the catcher there. 1-0 pitch is fouled back up over our heads. Raise the heartbeat a little bit. And it evens the count up. Leadoff man Cherry is on deck. Knapp delivers the 1-1 and it freezes Bunting. Catches the outside corner for a called strike 2. 23 pitches this inning for Knapp, not what he wanted coming in after a 10-pitch first. And swung on and missed, and the second K of the inning for Patrick Knapp. But the Terrapins do get one on the board, and we'll head to the bottom of the second. The Panthers still lead. It's 2-1 after an inning and a half. And we're back here at Willard Stadium in High Point. There you get a good look at the third base coach for the Panthers, Gene Frazier from Chowan University. He's coming back to coach the Panthers this season, and he's already sent a couple of guys home. One on a wild pitch, Dan Savino scoring in the first, and Quinn DeWitt scoring on a double by Dan Savino. First pitch to Oliver Cush is a called strike 1. He's going to look at that one as well, and quickly Cush is behind 0-2.
2 quick outside pitches. Cush has to battle here and get a ball, or at least attempt to swing at this pitch.
That one's high, though. He'll have to wait to offer at one. Good idea not to chase. Count 1-2. Off speed, doesn't quite catch the outside corner, and the count's even at 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fouled off, and Cush will stay alive. Josh Keith is on deck, the shortstop. With Brandon Tuthill, the catcher, behind him. 2-2 pitch. Lined into right center field, giving chase. And making the catch is Monser for out number 1.
Good battle by Cush there. He was down 0-2. Was able to stay disciplined, get those 2 balls back. And good job for the at-bat. Good aggressive at-bat there at the end. Just not the way he wanted it to end.
So the freshman Josh Keith, who draws into the lineup today for James Harris, He's going to swing at the first pitch he sees, and it's strike one on the swing and miss. Keith has been one of the most consistent bats so far this year for the Panthers. But he's behind 0-2 in the count here. Had a great fall season, did Keith. 0-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Quick at bat for Keith. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, and it's out number 2.
And you can tell this Panther team, just through the couple of at-bats, or a few at-bats we've seen, they're being really aggressive at the plate. They really want to get these runs in. I think that's what worked for them last year, too. And you also got to remember that these are freshmen. They're kind of like a little unhinged. They're aggressive at the plate, and they want to get hits and they want to get runs.
Well, Brandon Tuthill, the captain of this squad, the junior catcher, he's behind in the count 0-1 to start off the number 8 spot. Jake Savino, the DH, is on deck. And then the top of the order coming up for the Panthers. 0-1. That one's driven up the middle. Play made, throw on to first, and it's picked out of the turf well by the first baseman Townsend. Play made by Cherry, and it's a quick 3 up, 3 down, bottom of the second. So we head to the third, 2-1 High Point still. And we're back here in High Point at High Point University. Top of the lineup here to start the third for the Maryland Terrapins. Find themselves down by 1 heading into the third. That one's roped into left field. It's going to drop. Cherry with a first pitch single into left field. And it's a good start to the inning. It's the second consecutive inning with a leadoff hit for the Terrapins.
And Napier has to watch out. Cherry's a fast base runner, hence why he plays at shortstop position. And he's really going to have to make sure to keep an eye on that guy.
Alfonso, who flew into left for out number 2 of the first, is at the plate now. First pitch, Alfonso holds off, and it's 1-0. That one's lined to the left side, and the catch made, and a fire back to first is off the mark. Tried to double off Cherry. Good idea there by Josh Keith, but it's out number 1 on the L6.
And good job by Keith there to keep Cherry on that first base bag. A little low of a throw, could have been pretty dangerous if it got past the first baseman row, but still a good idea.
Very difficult play with your momentum taking you the opposite direction, but that being said, Still good idea from the shortstop. So now 1 down, 1 on for Rogers, the pitcher, hitting for himself. Off speed and second straight at bat where he's offered at the first pitch and made contact, but this time it's fouled off. He had that deep line out to center field in the first. Oh, 1 count. Knapp gets set to deliver from the stretch. A little bit of a change-up, grounded, could be 2. Knapp on to Nagel, and then his throw to first, not in time, so a fielder's choice for Rogers, and there's 2 outs in the inning.
And with that was the correct choice. You want to keep Cherry out of that scoring position, and a good decision there by the infield of the Panthers.
So now still a runner on first. It's Rogers. Cherry's out on the fielder's choice, and Kreisel, who had that leadoff double to deep center in the last inning, finds himself up with 2 outs. Throw back to first. Caught Rogers leaning the other way, but he's back in time. That one's driven to deep left center again by Kreisel, still racing back and making the catch. For out number 3 is DeWitt. Great speed from the center fielder. And that'll do it for the top half of the inning. The Terrapins threaten with some good contact there in the third, but they're unable to get anyone into scoring position, and it's still 2-1 High Point. And we're back here at High Point University. Graham Tuck, Charles Crowell, bottom of the third, and some interesting fashion choices for the Terps as we start the bottom of the inning. And leading off for the Panthers is going to be the number 9 spot, Jake Savino, the designated hitter for his first plate appearance of the day. The leadoff man, DeWitt, on deck. We had a bunt single to start the game. That one's grounded to the left side by Jake Savino. Foul for strike 1. It was a very quick bottom of the second for High Point last time they came to the plate. 1-2-3 for the Panthers. That pitch inside for ball 1. Jake's brother, Daniel, is in the hole, slated to come up third. That one's grounded to the left side, and it crossed up the third baseman, but the throw is on the mark. Alfonso makes the play for out number 1.
He struggled with that ground ball a little bit, but he was able to collect himself and a good throw to the first base. And that's one of the tougher throws in this game, that third to first base throw. It's difficult, it's a long distance, but you have a strong arm for that one and a good play by Alfonso.
So the leadoff man, DeWitt, who had a single and a run scored his first time up. He's going to swing at that one. It's poked to the left side, and it's foul. Just kept curling towards that foul territory. DeWitt last season for High Point batted .533 with 32 hits in 60 at-bats. Just fantastic stuff, especially as a freshman, the Charleston, South Carolina product. And of his 32 hits, only 3 were for extra bases. But he did have 13 steals last season, which is why you see him in the leadoff spot. He's going to foul this one off, and the count moves to 1-2. The pitch from Rogers. Just about caught the inside corner, but a little bit off the plate for the home plate umpire's liking, and the count's even at 2. That one swung on. Good defensive swing from DeWitt. It's out of play, and the count's still even at 2. Two-two pitch, swung on and missed. And it's the 4th strikeout of the day for Rogers on the mound, and it's out number 2. So after a threatening first inning where the Panthers got 2 across, the next 5 straight have been sat down. And actually, as a matter of fact, that now makes 8 straight that have been retired by Rogers. So he is dealing after that first rough couple of at-bats where DeWitt and Savino got back-to-back base hits to start the game. Daniel Savino going to let that one go outside for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch, grounded back up the middle. It took a pop off of Rogers, but the play made into first in time by Lampert. And another 3-up, 3-down inning, 9 consecutive retired by Rogers. And we'll head to the 4th. It's still 2-1 High Point. And we're back here at Willard Stadium, the home of the Panthers, for their first official game of the year. We talked about it earlier, Charles. They did play an exhibition on Wednesday against the High Point Diamondbacks, and it's an interesting program that the Diamondbacks have going. They just use the Diamondbacks name. They're not affiliated with the MLB's Diamondbacks, but it is a team of adult players that are, fighting for contracts at the pro level.
Yeah, interesting choice for them to play a club baseball team. You would expect that to play, maybe a D1 team to test their talents, but I can see why a club team such as High Point would be a good opponent to face when trying to find contracts.
Probably a little bit more difficult to schedule a NCAA squad from that vantage point, but nonetheless, it was an outing for the Panthers in which 9 different pitchers saw the mound. They won that exhibition, but a lot of different guys got playing time. Here's an 0-2 pitch from Knapp, and it's going to be flied into left field by Townsend. And the catch made by the left fielder, Cush, for out number 1.
You may not think of it at first, but it looked like Cush was kind of drawn back there a little bit tougher of a catch. And that comes with, honestly, the clouds.
It is harder to track the ball when it gets cloudy, for sure.
It's a white and gray background you're looking at. It's hard to pick out a little white speck coming at you.
And there's been a little bit of a drizzle that started here in High Point now, too, so that'll make matters even tougher. This one's skied into shallow center field, and DeWitt's going to make this catch for out number 2. 1 pitch at bat for Lampert. He's 0 for 2 now. So very quick work so far in the 4th for Knapp. And Monser comes to the plate now. He had a looking strikeout for the second out of the 2nd inning the last time he came to the plate. Here's the first pitch to him in the turf. Tuthill wants an appeal, and he went around. Strike 1. Good call from Tuthill to get the call from the first base umpire. 0-1 pitch from Knapp outside, and Tuthill's going to try his best to frame that one, but nothing doing, and the count's even. Off speed, lined into right, and all 3 outfielders got work here in the 4th. It's a quick 3-up, 3-down inning, and we'll go to the bottom half of it. In the 4th, still 2-1 High Point. And we're back here for the bottom of the 4th. And leading things off for the Panthers, the 3-spot Brenton Rowe, and the first pitch from Rogers is way off the mark. Midway through the left-handed batter's box to the backstop, and it's a 1-0 count. Rowe struck out on 3 straight pitches for the first out of the 1st inning. And then he's going to ground this one to the right side. And the play is made by Lampert for out number 1. Make it 10 consecutive Panthers sat down by Rogers.
And then we talked about after that first inning for Rogers, that was a quick 2 runs by the Panthers to get on the board.
They jumped on him for sure.
Absolutely. That kills your confidence as a pitcher, but the way he's settled back into this game has been unreal.
He's responded very well.
Exactly, in the form of strikeouts and keeping the ball on the ground as well.
There's a foul tip by Brady Oswick, the cleanup man, who flew out to right his last time up in the 1st inning. 4 strikeouts so far for Rogers. That one's fouled back by Oswick again, and he's quickly behind 0-2.
And with Rogers doing well, you also got to realize that this High Point team, they thrived in the offensive part of their game last season.
And this one's flown into deep center, chasing it all the way back, and it's off his glove. Bunting couldn't make the catch, rounding second, heading for third is Oswick, and he's in. He'll slide in, but he could have been standing up, and it's a triple. Might go down as an error. But a runner on third with only one away here in the bottom of the fourth. That's a tough break for the Terrapins.
It is, and going back to it, the High Point Panthers, they thrived on offense last season. You look back at that 17-game win streak we mentioned in the pregame. 9 of those wins were double-digit runs scored by the Panthers. So this team really relies on the offense a lot. It's going to be maybe a change this year. Obviously, they had a lot of seniors on that team last year, and this year was a lot more freshmen, and maybe a different kind of style of game for them.
So Drew Nagel with a runner 90 feet away. On the error by Bunting. He's behind 0-1. He struck out looking his last time up. That pitch is down in the pellets, and the count's even. One pitch. That one's a bit inside, and the second baseman for the Panthers gets ahead. 2-1 count here. Two-one pitch skied up high into the right side. It's not going to be deep enough to get a tag out of Oswick, but the catch made by the right fielder, Monster, and his throw home was off the line, but Rogers in good position on the backup. It'll keep Oswick at third, and it's out number 2. So it brings up Oliver Cush with a runner on third and 2 out. This is a big spot in this game, Charles. There's still a lot of baseball left here in the 7-inning contest, but in a 2-1 game, you got to get runs when you can, and this is a big opportunity.
Absolutely. We've kind of sped through this game so far. We're just talking about we're already in the 4th inning. It hasn't been an hour. So it's good to see that there's a fast pace to this game, but at the same time, pitching has just been unreal, and the offense has really been slow.
There's a called first strike for Oliver Cush. One pitch from Rogers. Not quite going to make its way back into the outside corner, cutting from outside in to a right-handed batter from that lefty submarine style. Count even at 1. On deck is Josh Keith. Cush won't quite deliver at that one, but it's a 1-2 count here on the called strike. 1-2 pitch. Swung on, fouled to the right side, and the Panthers are going to hope that one gets out of play, and it does. So Cush stays alive here. Twelve straight Panthers have come to the plate and left without recording a hit. Let's see if Cush can change that trend here. High and in, ball 2. That one's grounded back up the middle. It's going to be an RBI single for Cush. His first hit of the year comes at the perfect time, and it's 3-1 High Point.
A freshman from Ohio, first hit for him on the official season. The first RBI as well. That's the Panthers. That's what they need at this point in the game. They've kind of scoreless past 2 innings off good pitching from Rogers. Like you said, 12 straight were sat down by him. The air was not in his favor. And with that, the Panthers are right back in this game and increase that lead.
It's not going to go down as an earned run against Rogers, but it's a run on the scoreboard nonetheless. And it extends the inning for High Point with Josh Keith at the plate. The power hitting shortstop, batting 7th. He struck out his first time up. He'll hold off on that one, and it's ball high. That one's down and in. That's another ball. The throwback gets away from Rogers, and the count's 3-0. Brandon Tuthill, the catcher, is on deck. Still 2 gone here, bottom of the 4th. The lefty Rogers fires, and it's a called strike. Predictably, Keith holding off there on the 3-0 pitch. Now a hitter's count for him. Throw back to first, and it's not going to get Oliver Cush.
The umpire had to think on that one, actually, for
it was close.
A little bit. It was very close.
3-1 is flied high to the right side, but well out of play. And it'll make the count full. Cush will be moving on the pitch with 2 outs. That one swung on and missed, and it'll end the inning. But the Panthers scratch one across. A 2-out RBI single up the middle by Oliver Cush scores Brady Oswick, and it's 3-1 Panthers at the end of the 4th. Cloudy skies here in High Point, North Carolina, here at Willard Stadium. But the Panthers not having an awful inning offensively that last time around. They extended their lead back to 2. It's 3-1. And Patrick Knapp, the sophomore, still on the mound. And a good breaking ball. Gets in the zone, and it's a called strike 1 to Loft, who singled and had an RBI his last time up. 0-1 pitch, and it's in the opposite batter's box to the Terrapins catcher. Count even at 1.
It's a good day for Knapp so far. You know, other than that 1 run in the 2nd inning, he's been on a pretty good tear so far. Not a lot of hits against the Terps, but again, a good outing for Knapp as he gets the opening day start for the Panthers.
That pitch missed. Where, I'm not sure, but the count's 2-1. And that one's fouled off. So it's even at 2 to the Maryland catcher. His RBI single scored Kreisel in the 2nd, and it's the Terrapins' only run so far. 2-2 pitch, off speed, drilled to the left side, but well foul. Man, he got all of that one, and he went upstairs for it too. Two-two pitch to Loft, And that one's drilled to the left side as well, very similar to his first hit. Loft is 2 for 2, and the leadoff man is aboard for the Terrapins.
And here, bottom of the order, you want to keep this ball on the ground. If you're Knapp, get a nice little double play going, get those 2 outs, and kill that momentum before it gets any worse.
The 9-spot Bunting, who struck out to end the second his last time up, comes up now with nobody out and 1 on. Shows bunt, fitting, but it's fouled back. Counts 0-1. Could have never guessed that Bunting would have squared around.
I don't see why you'd think that.
Look for motion on the base pass here potentially. 0-1 pitch is upstairs to even the count at 1. Got some motion in the High Point bullpen. They all have hoodies on. Not quite sure who's up and moving yet. We'll keep you updated on that. Another move back to first to keep Loft honest. Off-speed pitch doesn't get back downstairs in time. And it's a 2-1 count to the 9 spot. Leadoff man Cherry is on deck. He struck out and singled. 2-1. Upstairs again. And the count 3-1.
You talk about the bullpen. You look at last year's schedule and all the starters. Most of them didn't pitch more than 4 or 5 innings, so wouldn't be surprised if High Point went to the bullpen at this point in the game.
Knapp is up at 56 pitches. This next one will be 57. And here it is. Swing and a miss. And a full count now. It's a big pitch from Knapp. And it's an interesting strategy to see teams go to the bullpen as often as they do. As the 3-2 pitch is in the dirt, and it's a walk. And now we're going to see the pitching coach for High Point come out and have a talk with Patrick Knapp. It's Avery Bowles. This is his first season back with the team since the 2020 season, the Catawba College product. And to start the 5th, Knapp has gotten deep into the count with both batters he's faced. And there's 2 on with nobody out. Aiden Donahue is the man on the bump in the bullpen for High Point. For Knapp, that's only his 2nd walk of the day so far. Pretty good day for him in that regard thus far. He's going to stay on the bump here to face the top of the order. But it looks like the first man we'll see out of the bullpen is Aiden Donahue, the right-handed sophomore from Litchfield, Connecticut, and the transfer from Johnson and Wales University. So we'll see what we can get out of him later on. But Patrick Knapp, with a runner in scoring position, nobody out, squaring to bunt, and it's well placed to the left side. Knapp's going to field it with the glove, and everybody's safe. What a bunt by Cherry to load the bases with nobody out.
And Cherry's been good his last 2 at-bats. He had that nice little single there in the first, or his last at-bat, I should say. And now a nice little bunt. And that's using that speed to that potential, using those legs. Good bunt down the third base side and gains that first base spot.
Bags are full for Alfonso, who's 0 for 2 with a fly out to right and a line out to the shortstop. First pitch. Off the outside corner, ball 1. 60th pitch of the outing for Knapp. (1-0). Line to the left side. A hot grounder, I should say. It's fielded by the Terps' third base coach, much to the admiration of the dugout. But it's a foul ball, and it'll even the count at 1.
Yeah, good form, keeping those legs low. It's a nice little ground ball play there by the third base coach. And a nice little throw to the pitcher.
That one's lined to the left side, could be 2. Step on the bag for 1. Throw to first is off the mark. And everybody's going to advance one. A run scores, and now there's 2 runners in scoring position on the error by Brady Oswick.
And Oswick making the tag there at third, but just can't quite get that toss to first settled. A little high, and we talked about it earlier. It's a tough throw from third to first to long distance. Gotta have the accuracy to pull that off.
So Oswick can't make the throw. Alfonso at second, Cherry at third, and Rogers at the plate, who has made solid contact in all of his at-bats so far today. That pitch outside. Rogers reached on a fielder's choice in the top of the third. 1-0. Outside, ball 2. And Kreisel, the cleanup man, on deck, and that's a bit scary as well.
You're facing a tough part of the order here on Maryland. If you're Knapp, you just want to get at least one out, keep that runner on third as well.
2-0 pitch to the 3 spot. That one's high into the air. Could be playable. Right side. And the catch made by Rowe for out number 2. That's a big out for the Panthers.
Exactly what I was saying. You want to get those pop outs. You don't want to let Cherry get that tag up on third and score home. So nice little short pop up into the infield on the foul side. That's exactly what you want as Knapp, and now you just got one out left.
But it's going to be a tough one as Kreisel, who has drilled balls to deep center both times up so far, comes up with 2 outs. That one's up the middle, and the shortstop can't make the play. Josh Keith lets it get through him, and the throw's off the mark. The Terrapins take the lead on the 2 RBI single from Kreisel, his second hit of the day, and it's 4-3 Maryland. Alfonso and Cherry both coming around from scoring position, and it looks like that's going to be it for the day for Patrick Knapp. He had a good day, but 3 runs hung in the top of the 5th by the Terrapins. We'll bring in Aiden Donahue. We'll let him warm up, and we'll be right back. So Aiden Donahue, the sophomore righty, first arm out of the pen for High Point. He comes in with 2 down in the top of the 5th inning. Kreisel on second with Townsend, who's 0 for 1 with a walk and a fly out at the plate. First pitch from Donahue is outside for ball 1. While Patrick Knapp's line is still open, he threw 4 2/3, 6 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, 22 batters faced. 4 runs so far with the potential for a 5th, and all of them would be earned as that pitch catches the outside corner for strike 1.
And Donahue so far showing that promising fastball, really quick. That's like we want to see at the club level especially. Nice little quick fastball. And that gets the best of batters sometimes.
Another heater there from Donahue, and it's off the mark again, 2-1. Lampert, the second baseman, is on deck. Due up for High Point in the bottom of the inning is the 8-9-1, Tuthill, Jake Savino, and Quinn DeWitt. That pitch outside again, and the count 3-1. Big hitters count coming up. And a big pitch for both Donahue and Townsend. Nobody holding on Kreisel at second. 3-1 pitch right over the heart of the plate. And it's strike 2. Second time Townsend has worked it to a full count so far today. He walked in the second on a full count. Temperatures have dropped here in High Point. 3-2. That one's flown into center. DeWitt giving chase, moving back, and making the catch for out number 3. But the damage was done in the top of the inning for the Terrapins. They get 3 and take the lead, their first of the day. It's 4-3 Maryland, heading to the bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th here in High Point. Brandon Tuthill, the 8 spot. And the catcher coming up to the plate for the Panthers. He's 0 for 1 with a ground out to the shortstop. And the Panthers found themselves behind on the scoreboard here for the first time today. 4-3 Maryland. And Charles, the pace in this one has ground to a screeching halt. Offense picked up there for the Terrapins that last half inning as that one sharply grounded to third and the throw on to first out of the turf. And it's a quick out number 1.
Yeah, the pace was pretty quick for most parts of the game. You know, we saw Maryland there stacking runs on the Panthers with 3. And that kind of slowed down pace a little bit. For most of this game, it's been very quick. You know, we're at the bottom of the 5th inning and it hasn't been fairly long.
Yeah, who needs a pitch clock, right?
No, we don't need that.
Jake Savino is going to take the first pitch. Second time he's come to the plate. Rogers still on the mound for the Terrapins, working quickly. And that pitch is outside. Savino quickly ahead 2-0.
You got to wonder if maybe the pitchers themselves are trying to keep a fast pace to this game as well.
Savino's going to get plunked there, and with 1 out, the 9 spot is aboard. It brings up the leadoff man, DeWitt. First hits batsman of the day for either side. And it gets somebody on for the Panthers. They need base runners at this point. 7-inning game here, keep in mind. And there is action in the Maryland bullpen. That pitch from Rogers is inside. Pitch in the dirt, stolen base by Savino. Good start for him.
And it was a good throw, too, to Cherry. He just couldn't quite collect that toss from the catcher. Bounced out of his glove, and that's a nice little stolen base there by Savino and for his team.
Is the delivery, and DeWitt showed bunt, but he'll pull back, and the count now 3-0 to the center fielder. So a good start offensively, perhaps taking advantage the tired arm of Rogers.
And you can see Savino kind of toying with Rogers to try and get his head. He was kept jumping a little bit, trying to toy with him and get some pace back.
DeWitt showed bunt again that time. Again, he'll pull back, and it's a called strike. Count 3-1.
And Maryland warming up 2 pitchers in the bullpen, actually, so they have some options to go with.
DeWitt's going to call time. Jake Savino was dancing there at second base. The pitchers in the bullpen for Maryland, 1 righty, 1 lefty. We'll get their names as we can. That's a called strike, too, to DeWitt, and quickly this count has moved full. He was ahead 3-0. DeWitt yet to offer at a pitch. 1 out, bottom 5. That one swung onto the right side. It'll move Savino over to third, throw to third. Tried to catch Jake Savino in a round going home, but he's safe at third, so a runner 90 feet away on the ground out by DeWitt. And it'll bring up Dan Savino with his brother 90 feet away.
And DeWitt, he kind of lost that battle there at the plate. Like you said, up 3-0, went back to 3-2. But good battle there, staying with it and moving the runner to third into a better scoring position than before.
That pitch is way outside to Dan Savino. And the count 1-0. Rogers, this next pitch will be his 70th. High Point went to the bullpen in the top of the 5th. Now in the bottom, Maryland may be heading that direction. 2-0 to Dan Savino. Brenton Rowe is on deck. He's 0 for 2. That one's right over the heart of the plate. Easy called strike 1 for the home plate umpire. This is a 3-1 count to Savino. Jake Savino, the DH, on third. 3-1 pitch, 2 outs. Swung on to the right side. This one's not going to get through. Throw on to first. And the pitcher just barely, Rogers, able to catch the bag. And the Panthers will strand a runner on third through the 5th. 4-3 Maryland. Top of the 6th here in High Point. And the 6, 7, 8 hitters due up for the Terrapins. Lampert is going to start things off for the Terps. He's 0 for 2, and the first pitch to him is up and in. 1-0 is grounded back, and Aiden Donahue, who came in relief of Patrick Knapp in the top of the 5th, recorded the final out in that inning and was able to strand a runner on second. He's getting quickly to work here in the top of the 6th inning, and he's behind in the count now, 2-1. Time granted to Lampert.
Now it's kind of important for High Point in their last at-bat. You know, you had that run on third. Couldn't quite bring him home, and that could have really helped you or helped the team in this game, ties the game back up at 4.
2-1 pitch, grounded to the right side. Rowe is going to pick it up, throw it to Donahue for out number 1.
Donahue visibly frustrated as he slams his helmet against his knee. But up a run, after the inning they just had, I don't see a reason to be too upset.
Yeah, Lampert's going to frustratedly head back to the dugout and throw his helmet as well. Monser at the plate now. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a fly out to right. He's going to sky this one up, but it's out of play by a good margin. And the count's 0-1 to the Terrapins right fielder. That one's grounded back to the right side, and it's going to roll foul. So the count 0-2.
Good patience there by Tuttle just to let that ball roll out, get the foul ball, instead of trying to field it. Because at that angle, it's hard to make that throw to first when you have the runner in your way. It's difficult to get that out. So good job by Tuttle, just let that ball roll out and get the foul ball.
Oh, 2, 1 out. The pitch down in the turf for ball 1. Not an awful idea from Donahue, trying to get Monser to chase at that one in an 0-2 count. 1-2. And called strike 3. And for the second time today, Monser strikes out looking. It's out number 2. Donahue has retired all 3 batters he's faced in his relief appearance.
Yeah, we talked about when he first came out. He has that nice heater he uses to get past these batters. And also good frame job by Tuttle. You saw there was a little bit more outside, but he was able to frame that fastball on the outside, and that gets a strikeout.
Well, the catcher Loft, who's 2 for 2, he's going to ground this one hot to the second baseman. And a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Panthers defensively. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. And the score here in High Point, still 4-3 Maryland. To start off the bottom of the 6th, Brenton Rowe. The 3-4-5, and Rowe is going to sky the first pitch from this new arm for the Terrapins into right field. And it's caught by Monser for out number 1. A quick one at that. So Rowe now 0 for 3 in the 3 spot. And Brady Oswick comes up. He got all the way to 3rd on an error by the center fielder his last time up in the 4th inning and ended up scoring. It's the last run that the Panthers were able to scratch across. He'll ground that one to the left side. Fielded and thrown on to first for out number 2. So 2 pitches, 2 outs for the bottom of the 6th for the Panthers.
We talked about pace to this game. This kind of adds on to it. You know, you have two pitches, 2 outs. It's not a good look for the Panthers so far in the bottom of this 6th inning.
So Drew Nagel, who has struck out looking and flown to right in his 2 at-bats so far, comes up with 2 outs and nobody on. 1-run game here in High Point. That one's skied back and out of play. Strike 1 to the Panthers' second baseman. Oh, 1 pitch, and a big swing and a miss from Nagel. Went fishing for that one, and it's 0-2. That one's in the dirt, similar location, but didn't have the same loop to it. First ball of the plate appearance, and it's 1-2. We don't have names matched to numbers for this Maryland team, so we're not quite sure who's on the mound. Welcome to Club Sports, everybody, but he's having a good outing so far. Quick 6th inning, and that pitch outside. It'll extend the at-bat for Nagel, count 2-2.
Now, I thought the worst one that I've seen in terms of Club Sports rosters when I think we did an Elon game one time, and we had all the names written down, and Sharpie and Copy.
Yeah, well, that was a fun time.
It was fun.
This one's grounded to the left side, and it's going to hop off the inside of the forearm of the 3rd baseman, Alfonso, and reaching on an error that time is Drew Nagel. So the 2nd error of the game for Maryland.
You got to think, too, the errors have kind of played a factor into this offense. Both teams scoring runs off errors.
And this one extends the inning. That's a big spot. And it brings up Oliver Cush, who had an RBI single in his last plate appearance, right back up the middle. So we'll see what happens here. That pitch inside for ball 1. Josh Keith has been apparently replaced by a pinch hitter. Vito DeMonte is in the on-deck circle in place of Keith. The 1-0 pitch is high for ball 2. DeMonte listed as an outfielder. Looks set to hit in Keith's spot, so we'll see if there's a defensive switch coming up after this plate appearance as well, if Cush can get aboard. That pitch catches the outside corner just barely, and count moves to 2-1. Here's the pitch, high, and it gets away from the catcher, and Nagel's going to advance to second on the pass ball. A mental lapse from Loft. And now a runner in scoring position and a 3-1 count.
It's been a tough day for the Maryland defensive side. 2 errors, 2 wild pitches that have moved the runners. And it's been a tough day. If you're a Terp on defense, it's just not your day. It could be the weather. It could just be the nerves of playing on the first game of the season. But that's a good look for the Terps.
The home plate umpire punched out Cush on that called strike, but he forgot the count was only 3-1. So now full count, 2 outs to Cush. Runner on second. Down by 1, bottom of the 6th. Big pitch coming here. And swung on and missed. Cush sat down. And it ends the 6th. We'll head to the final inning of the first half of this doubleheader. Panthers down by 1 as we go to the 7th. And we are back here for the final inning of Game 1, the doubleheader between the High Point University Panthers and the Maryland Terrapins. Aiden Donahue, who came in the top of the 5th, back out on the bump for the 7th. And he's got the 9-1-2 hitters for the Terrapins to try to keep the lead at 1 for the visiting squad before we head to the bottom of the inning. First real game that counts in the standings played by the Panthers this season. 3 forfeits by Campbell give them a 3-0 record coming into this non-conference tilt. Here's the first pitch to Bunting, and it's a big swing and a big miss for strike 1. That one's fired in, and quickly 2 strikes against the center fielder. 0-2 pitch from Donahue. Just missed the bottom part of the zone, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch. Off speed is drilled deep left field. Going back on the track, and he can't make the catch. Oliver Cush tracked it all the way down, and it just glanced off his glove. It's a leadoff double for Bunting.
And Bush was really looking to get that out just to prevent the extra bases because he knew that Bunting was going to get that second base. Tough play for Bush to make, though, especially with the cloudy skies still. It's going to be hard to catch those fly balls. But a good play for the Terps to try and get that insurance run before going to the last part of this inning.
Runner on second for the leadoff man. Corners are in. And the first pitch to Cherry catches the outside corner, strike 1. He singled in both of his last 2 at-bats. One was a bunt single to load the bases. Here's the 0-1 pitch. In there for a called strike 2. So now Donahue has a lot of room to work with after he retired the first 4 batters he faced, and then Bunting just drilled that one over the head of Cush in left. Here's the 0-2. Grounded to the left side. That'll get Bunting to third, and he's going to score. The throw is off the mark. The second error of the game for Oswick. Scores run number 5 for the Terrapins. Cherry gets to second, and it's 5-3.
It's been a rough day for the third baseman, Oswick. Like I said, 2 errors. It's gonna look back. You're gonna look back on this game and Think about all the defensive errors and
for both sides. Both sides getting unearned runs so far here.
yeah, just a really ugly game and overall. Just
That's to be expected. You're still getting your feet underneath you in the early part of the season here. And this is, if you're going to have plays like that, these are the games where you want them to happen, in games that don't count for your conference record. This is Alfonso.
You got to think last season they started off with the loss against Craven. Again, that was a conference game. But again, last year Panthers, start off the season with an L, but turning around, you saw a 17-game win streak. So to be expected of this team compared to last year.
Not out of it yet, for sure. Swing and a miss, and the count moves to 1-2 on the third baseman. He's 0 for 3. Did reach on an error by Oswick in the fifth, ended up scoring. 7-8-9 due up for the Panthers in the bottom of the seventh. 1-2. Called strike 3. Oh, my goodness. Donahue painting the edges there. And it's out number 1 in the seventh. It's his second K of the outing, both of the backwards variety. And it'll bring up the 3-hitter, Rogers, who has transitioned over to DH after being replaced on the mound. Still hitting for the pitcher spot. That pitch outside for ball 1. One 0 pitch. Rogers holds off, but it's called strike 1 on the outside corner. Donahue getting those calls on the outside corner to right-handed batters so far.
Having a good relief outing so far as well, other than that one run that was scoring the error. But a good outing so far for Donahue.
That one a bit farther outside. Donahue won't get the call this time, but can't blame him for trying. Count moves to 2-1. 30 pitches now for Donahue in the relief outing of Patrick Knapp. Spin pickoff moved to second, but nobody was there on the bag. Perhaps a miscommunication with Nagel and Keith, the second baseman and shortstop respectively.
Yeah, it's a young squad, like you mentioned. Still trying to get their feet under them. It's early on in the season. These are things you got to work out before you hit conference games.
19 of these Panther players, either freshmen or sophomores. 13 freshmen on the squad is just a number that jumps off the sheet at you. That one's fouled off by Rogers, and the count's now 2-2. Still one gone. Runner on second is Cherry, the leadoff man. Potential movement on the base paths here. Got a bit of a jump there. Donahue looked at him, then delivers, and this pitch fouled off by Rogers, and the at-bat stays alive. Keep in mind, Kreisel is on deck, and he has been a monster at the plate so far today. 2 for 3, and solid contact all 3 times. He's got a run scored, a double, and 2 RBIs to his name.
Yeah, if you're Donahue, this is a scary part of the game. You still got to get 2 more outs, and you're facing the top part of this order of the Terps, who have been pretty good so far in today's game. Let's see how he does.
This one's grounded to the left side by Rogers. The throw from Keith on the money for out number 2. It'll keep Cherry at second, but it brings up Kreisel. There is an arm warming up in the Panther bullpen. Don't have a number yet. No action in the Maryland bullpen as we head towards the bottom of the 7th. That pitch to Kreisel outside for ball 1. You almost got to think, with Townsend on deck, who's 0 for 2, do you take the risk, do the intentional walk to fill the open bag with 2 outs? But it looks like the Panthers are going to go at him here. The delivery from Donahue is outside. It gets away from Tuthill, and it's going to take Cherry to third, so there goes that train of thought. And now the 6th run, 90 feet away in the top of the final inning here, barring extra action in High Point. Panthers have their work cut out for them already as we head towards the bottom of the inning, but Terrapins might not be done yet. 2-0 pitch is off the mark again, and the count's 3-0 to Kreisel.
And Donahue facing a lot of pressure right now. You got Cherry at third. Down 3 on the count. Got to get ahead here.
3-0 pitch. Right down the heart of the plate. This one's drilled to right, but an easy play made by Dan Savino, and it ends the inning. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th. One last chance for the Panthers. They've got to get at least 2 to force extra action here in High Point. And we're back for the bottom of the 7th. One last chance for the Panthers to tie this one up or walk it off here at Willard Stadium. Graham Tuck with Charles Crowell and a pinch hitter to start things off in the 7th spot. Josh Keith's day at the plate is done. It's going to be Vito DeMonte taking over. In the 7th spot, Brandon Tuthill on deck, Jake Savino behind him. First delivery from the Terps righty is down in the turf, ball 1. 1-0 pitch, drilled to the left side, tough hop, throw from short in time, and it's out number 1 on the play made by Cherry. Solid contact for DeMonte, but out number 1 nonetheless, and the Panthers 2 outs away from their first loss of the season. Keep in mind, after the conclusion of this one, a break of about 25 minutes, and then game 2 of this doubleheader against the same Terps squad. Danny Shea and Charles Crowell on the call for that one. And then tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we'll be right back here in High Point for game 3 of the weekend between these two teams. That one finds the mark, and the count to Tuthill is 1-1. Tuthill's 0 for 2. With a couple of ground outs in the 2nd and 5th. 1 to short, 1 to third. He'll fly this one to the right side, down the line, looping foul, and it'll get out of play. Count 1-2 now. Tuthill in a tough spot, down to his final strike, 1-2 pitch. Looping, breaking ball that doesn't catch the inside corner, and the count's even at 2. That was a heck of a pitch, but it didn't find the mark. Just couldn't catch the inside corner. 2-2. Swung on and grounded to the left side by Tuthill again. The third baseman picks it up and fires to first. Panthers down to their final out. Jake Savino, who was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat on a 2-0 count and stole second base. Other than that, he's 0 for 1. He is the final hope here for the Panthers. Quinn DeWitt is on deck.
And Savino here, bottom of the order. He's got to get on base here if he wants to keep high point in this game. Gets him back to the top of the order, gets some big bats up the plate. But again, you have to get on plate in order for that to happen.
0-1. Swung on and missed by Savino, and quickly the Panthers down to their final strike. The bullpen for Maryland has been fantastic so far this morning. Or afternoon now, I should say. 0-2 pitch. Outside corner, and he didn't get the call. Maryland's entire defensive lineup thought that was the ball game. But the Panthers stay alive. Jake Savino in a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Here's the pitch, and that one a bit farther outside. Savino stays alive yet again, 2-2. Really working this count here, but Maryland's pitching staff keeping the effort to try to get Savino to chase. That pitch is over the heart of the plate and crushed down the left field side, but it's way foul, but he got all of that one. It was skied high.
A little early on that swing, but a little bit later, and that would have been a perfect hit into the gap in left and center field.
Got under it a little bit, too. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Fantastic discipline here from Savino, with the Panthers down to their final strike. Again, DeWitt on deck. Bunt single to start the game for DeWitt. 3-2 pitch outside, and the Panthers have the proximate run on first, tying run at the plate.
Good work there by Savino. Started down 0-2. He's a little bit too aggressive on those first 2 pitches, but has worked his way back. Got that walk, and that's what gets a man on board.
All you need are base runners to start a rally. And DeWitt with speed, and Dan Savino on deck. But DeWitt at the plate. Again, he's 1 for 3. DeWitt shows bunt and can't get it down. He was trying to do the same thing that he did to start the game, but it doesn't pay off, and the count's 0-1. Panthers jumped out to an early 2-0 lead in the first inning, but since then have been outscored 5-1. Here's the delivery. Off speed, doesn't get back into the zone. And it's 1-1. Bit inside, and the count 2-1 in favor of DeWitt.
If you get DeWitt on base, I think that really starts the momentum in a huge way for this Panthers team. You get 2 guys on base, 1 scoring position as well. That's what you need to get back in this game.
Bullpen is empty for the Panthers. 2-1 pitch. Flied back up the middle, could be in no man's land, but the catch made to end the game by bunting, and that'll do it. Final score in this one, 5-3 Maryland. The Panthers dropped to 3-1 on the season, but stick around. These 2 teams will be right back for Game 2 of the doubleheader after this.
Welcome back into the HPU Club Sports YouTube channel alongside Charles Crowell. I'm Danny Shea. Game 2 of this doubleheader between the Terps and the Panthers set to get underway here. For the Panthers, it'll be Nico Vasquez getting his first start of the season, Charles.
And he's a great pitcher so far, and the Panthers are looking to bounce back after that struggling first game against the Terps. It was a pretty ugly game for the most part, lots of errors and lots of defensive mishaps. It ultimately ended with the Terps coming out on top 5-3, so the Panthers will be looking to bounce back in this second part of the doubleheader.
You mentioned how it was an ugly game. It was just errors upon errors that were costly errors for a High Point, leading to the Maryland runs that eventually did give them a win. Let's go around the diamond for your Panthers right now. It's Vasquez on the mound, Knapp behind the plate, Rowe at first, Dan Savino that is, at second, Elijah Lockman getting the start at third here, and left it'll be Koosh. In center, it'll be Quinn DeWitt. In right field, it'll be Jake Savino. For the Panthers, lineup for the Terps, it'll be Cherry, Rogers, Kreisel, Shielman, Townsend, Lampert, Murtis, Foreman, and Bunting, with Barker on the mound for them. High Point, like Graham mentioned last game, they did come into today 3-0. That's because Campbell did forfeit their entire season. Their first game, though, not how they wanted to get the year off to a start, Charles.
Yeah, no, start looking at last year, they start off with a loss at Craven, and that kind of set the pace for the rest of the year. They took that 17-game win streak. So seeing them lose that first game to Maryland, it's going to be, it's just how last year started. They have a different record, obviously 3-1. They get those forfeit wins from Campbell. But it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back in the second game. It's not the best weather today, as we kind of see, cloudy, cold, a little bit drizzy at some points. But, it's going to be interesting to see how they bounce back, and hopefully they get some momentum and get their spirits in the right shape.
You mentioned the weather. It's not the weather we've seen on campus all week. All week it was nice. It was starting to get warm. Touched 80 on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
It was beautiful here on Tuesday when the Division I team took on App State. It was about 55, 60 degrees at first pitch, and it essentially stayed that way the entire time. It was a beautiful day for baseball. Not the case here today. Game 2 set to get underway here between the Terps and the Panthers. As the first pitch from Vasquez bounces in the turf and heads all the way to the backstop, count 1-0.
Never got the best of him on that pitch. You can see he held that onset ball a little too long. He was trying to go for like a changeup grip on that one. Just got away from him.
1-0 from Vasquez. Swung and a miss by Cherry. Fouled into the mitt of Knapp behind home plate. Count 1-1. Vasquez will take a step and take an extra second. And he's ready for the 1-1. Here it is. Swung and a miss by Cherry. Count now 1-2.
And Vasquez takes his time on that windup. He's very slow, but then that release is so quick. It throws the batter off. So you got to think quick with Vasquez on the mound.
The 1-2 from Vasquez. Grounded foul will do it again.
That slow leg raise kind of held on air for a little bit. You should do a little Johnny Quay, a little shoulder shrug, a little shoulder shake. That'd be kind of nice to add to it.
The 1-2 again from Vasquez. Thought about it was Cherry. He didn't go. Ball gets all the way to the backstop. Doesn't matter. Nobody on base. Count now 2-2. They're going to ask for a check down at first. I don't think there's any chance he went, and he did not. So count now 2-2. The 2-2 from Vasquez. Grounded, right back to him. A little bit of a bobble. The flip on to first, in time, one away. Good play by Vasquez to keep that in front of him despite the bobble. And it's a first out here in this top half of the first inning.
And that's a pitcher. Those ground balls coming towards you, they got to be soft little dribblers towards you. They can be pretty tough grounders to field. But good job by Vasquez, the freshman, of fielding that ground ball.
First pitch from Vasquez to Rogers is low. count will start at 1-0.
And one thing to mention, Vasquez, a freshman, one of 13 freshmen on this team, the most of any class. And 19 of the players on this roster are sophomores or freshmen. So it's a very young team this year. A lot of inexperienced guys. They lost a lot of seniors in the offseason, so it'll be interesting to see what they do this year in terms of who plays, reps, and what freshmen stand out.
One pitch swung on and missed by Rogers. Count now 1-2. This game moved, or I should say this game, the first game moved very quickly between these two teams. You and Graham mentioned that a lot, Charles, and very curious to see how the pace of play is going to be here in this second game. Will it be dragged out a little bit longer, or will it be replicated like it was in that first game as the 1-2 is bounced in the turf? Count now 2-2.
Well, so far I'm noticing a very slower pace.
Yes.
It could just be Vasquez's windup, but I think the last game we got kind of lucky. Both pitchers worked at a high pace. We saw Knapp and Rogers both, not taking much time between their pitches, not giving much thought. Whereas this game, everyone's kind of slowed down. It's a lot more easier paced.
Here comes a 2-2 from Vasquez to Rogers. That one's outside. Count now full, 3-2.
That's now 3 pitches that have gotten past the catcher, and that's kind of concerning, considering this is the first inning, and you have a lot of game left. You got to keep those pitches under control and keep them in front of you if you're the catcher.
The 3-2 from Vasquez. That one flied into right. Savino underneath it. Oh, he dropped the ball. So another costly error from the Panthers. This time it's Jake Savino. And it'll lead to a runner on first. They'll score that in E9 all the way. And the Terps have a runner on here early in the first. And that'll bring up Creasel.
Yeah, that's not how you want to start off a game. You got 1 out, easy, could have been an easy 2 out. Instead, it's going to be a runner on first for the Terps. And already some pressure building here for Vasquez.
Runner goes. The throw down is in time. What a throw by Knapp right on the spot. And just like that, that runner is back on the bench. It was Rogers. Gunned down. And there's now 2 away. That's a big out for this High Point team.
That is, and like I mentioned, it was a rough error there in the right field for Savino. But Wade pick it back up. Good throw down to the second baseline.
That one grounded up the middle, and it'll get through into center for a base hit. So 2 consecutive runners reach. Rogers gunned down by Knapp on the steal attempt. But Creasel, a nice single up the middle. And the Terps have a runner back on first base.
And Rogers, he had a pretty solid outing last game for the Terps. He had a rough first inning, but after that he kind of settled in. He knocked out 12 straight Panthers at one point. And it's nothing to turn an eye away from or not take notice. And we see him in today's game batting, so the utility man going to work today so far for the Terps.
First pitch from Vasquez to Sheelman bounces in front for a ball. We've noticed that a lot too here in this first inning. A couple pitches not being able to reach the plate. Something to keep an eye on throughout this game here today, throughout Vasquez's start. Here's the 1-0, taken upstairs for a ball, count 2-0. Or they called that a strike, actually. I thought that for sure was way upstairs. But they do call it a strike, and the count is 1-1. My apologies. One pitch. Grounded to third. Bachman, throw over to first. In time, side retired. So some adversity faced by Vasquez. Gets out of it, though. We're scoreless after top half of the first here at Willard Stadium. We'll be right back after this.
We're back here at Willard Field, where it's the bottom of the first, and the Panthers get their first chance at bat with Dewitt kicking it off for the Panthers. That'll be low for the first ball. Dewitt last game kicked off the game with a bunt as the first hit of the season for the Panthers, as that one will hit the outside for the first strike.
One pitch taken low, count 2-1. Couple defensive changes. The roster I received was wrong, so it's Drew Nagel over at third base and James Smith behind the plate catching. My apologies for any confusion. That one grounded to second, throw over at first in time. DeWitt not able to get there, one away for the Panthers.
It's a little dribbler kept in the infield by the Terps, and DeWitt, a pretty fast guy. It was actually a pretty close call, but the umpires make the right decision, and DeWitt isn't able to beat out the grounder.
So that'll bring up Dan Savino. That pitch taken low, count 1-0.
And the Savino brothers are back in the lineup for today, as Jake Savino will be batting ninth for today's order. And those two played in the game last game you saw.
1-0 to Savino inside, count now 2-0. So Dan Savino Probably has the take sign here all the way. And he does, and the pitch is off the plate, so Dan Savino drawing a 4-pitch walk. So that'll bring up Brenton Rowe. Last game not able to reach base. Looking to do so for the first time this afternoon here in game number 2. Pitch by Barker, taken for a strike by Brenton Rowe. Rowe drives one to the opposite field. It'll land just foul. The junior from Corolla, North Carolina. Last year batting .507, 75 at bats, 38 hits, 8 doubles, 4 triples with 27 RBIs.
And Rowe, last game, first game against the Terps today, went 0 for 3. Not the best day for number 3 hitter in the lineup, so he'll turn around in game 2.
If we're going off of last year's numbers, he should be able to do so. Savino goes, the throw nowhere near second base. It'll go into the outfield. Savino's going to try for 3, and he should get there in time, and does. So Dan Savino able to turn a stolen base. The error from Murtis behind the plate allows Savino to take third. So it'll be a stolen base for Savino, and was able to reach third on an E2. So more errors being committed here early by both of these teams, Charles.
Yeah, and it's going to be a pattern that we saw last game as well. Just a lot of costly errors.
1-2 pitch is flied into right. It's shallow. One away. Savino's going to try for home. The throw nowhere near home, not in time. And the Panthers out to an early 1-0 lead.
Excellent base running here from Savino. Stealing that first base and being aware of and taking that third base as well. And good tag up and good speed there to get the Panthers' first run of the day. That's exactly how they started off last game too, getting that first run in the bottom half of the first inning.
So it'll bring up Brady Oswick. Oswick last game reaching base once in 3 at-bats.
He reached on error. And the errors were the story for Oswick last game. He reached base on the error the one time he did. But in fielding-wise, he had 2 key errors in the game. The Panthers' only 2 errors.
That one way up there, but foul. Count will go to 1-1.
You're looking for Oswick to turn around this game on the defensive side of the field.
Rain's starting to pick up here at Willard Stadium.
Luckily, we're playing on turf.
It's probably the main reason we're even playing here, Charles.
And again, going back to last game, we kind of touched on it early on before. Those clouds could be a big issue for fly balls. It's going to blend in with the white and gray background.
Swung on and missed by Oswick. Count now 1-2. With the rain coming down too, you're staring up at trying to catch a pop-up or a fly ball. The rain in your eyes doesn't make it easier. Here's the 1-2. That one taken just off the plate. Count 2-2 now. 2 teams that didn't play each other last year. High Point going to see some familiar foes next month. That pitch taken in the dirt. Count 3-2. Some of those teams including Duke and South Carolina.
And Duke last year, they had a pretty good run. High Point did. They won all 3 games at the tail end of their 17-game win streak. And one of those wins was a 22-4 victory.
Yeah.
Offense.
To say this team is a offensive dominant team would be an understatement. That one grounded to second. Throw over to first. In-time side retired. Panthers able to strike, though. Dan Savino stealing all sorts of bases. Panthers lead 1-0. We'll be back for the second after this. Welcome back into Willard Stadium here on the beautiful campus of High Point University. Not looking so beautiful today, though. The weather, as we mentioned previously there in the first inning, not the best here on campus today. It's cold, it's rainy. It's just flat out miserable, honestly, Charles.
I mean, the scoreboard says otherwise, though. It's a good start for the Panthers.
The scoreboard does say otherwise. They get off to another hot start. Dan Savino stealing second base, turning it in to a two-base steal off the error, giving the Panthers an early 1-0 lead. Vasquez looking to continue his dominance like he did in the first inning, only giving up one hit. And he gets off to a good start as Townsend fouls one foul. What an afternoon this is, Charles. Fouls one foul.
I think the weather's getting to you.
Yeah, it might be, honestly.
It's kind of surprising. You're from New York. You should be used to the cold.
I don't care about the cold. It's the cloudy and the rain that's just horrible.
I'm used to that.
0-1 fouls back over our heads. Count now 0-2. You got papers going everywhere. We're a mess.
It is a mess in here.
We're a mess.
It's club sports. It has to be a mess.
That's not necessarily true.
In my experience, it's always a little messy.
Vasquez agreeing on a pitch. Here comes the 0-2. Inside, count now 1-2.
I think it's pretty apparent that Vasquez is mixing up his pitching approach. He's diversified his delivery time.
He works quickly here, the 1-2. Taken outside, count now 2-2. So we had an extremely fast game in game number 1. The first inning going a little bit slower than it did last time.
Yeah, last game we were able to reach the 4th or 5th inning before the hour mark. So a pretty quick game there.
2-2, grounded to third. The throw over to first. In time, one away. Good throw by Nagel. Gets Townsend. One away here in the second. It's 2 consecutive ground balls over to Nagel as well as the first inning, ending on a 5-3 ground out. So here's Lampert.
Hagel last game, he had a good game as well, going 1 for 3, reaching base. Back in the 6th inning, late in the game.
Lampert takes low and inside, count 1-0. Busy afternoon for sports here on the campus of High Point University. We got club baseball going on here. We just had men's lacrosse behind us as High Point defeating Navy. Women's lacrosse getting set to play here this afternoon. We got women's basketball.
And a couple of club sports as well. The men's team is playing today. And the basketball team is also playing App State. So if you're a sports fan,
come to High Point.
Yeah, there's plenty.
We got it all for you here today.
Plenty of options for viewing pleasure, but we appreciate you tuning into this stream in particular. Looks like Smith is adjusting his gear, but he'll be back into the game.
That one fouled into foul ground. It's going to go out of play. Count now 1-1. We mentioned High Point lacrosse defeating Navy. They win by a final score of 14-13. And I don't know if anyone saw the end of that game, but Parker Green stopped at least like 5 shots in a row on net to secure the W for High Point. Here's the 1-1. Taken low, count 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Lampert stepped out a little late in my opinion, but the home plate umpire will give him the free pass. And Vasquez is going to work quickly. 2-1. Taken inside, count 3-1 now.
Early on in this game, Vasquez having a little bit of control here, not finding spots he wants. Could be because of a slick baseball.
3-1 is skied into center. 2 away. Good play by DeWitt. Able to track the ball through the gray clouds and the rain. And the Panthers have 2 outs quickly here in the second.
And speed center fielder for the Panthers this year. Sophomore from Charleston, South Carolina. He's done a good job so far.
So here's Murtis now. Takes one right down Broadway for a strike, count 0-1.
And Murtis closed out last game, so he's kind of a big utility guy here for the Terps.
That pitch also taken for a strike, so Vasquez working quickly, getting ahead 0-2.
Good framing job by Smith as well. Both those a little bit outside, and he's able to frame those well.
Vasquez 0-2. Lined over the head of the first baseman. It's Rowe at first, but it goes foul. Count will stay at 0-2.
And Vasquez, just like his pitch delivery, he's being aggressive here. He knows he's not having the best time finding his pitches on target, but so far he's done a good job at this at-bat, staying aggressive, fighting this batter. Hopefully we'll close out this inning.
Count stays at 0-2. Here's the pitch. Grounded to short. Throw to first. In time, side retired. Nagel stepping in front of Oswick to take the ball. Gets the out at first. Panthers cruising here early. 1-0 High Point. They'll look to increase their lead after this. Welcome back into the High Point University Club Sports YouTube channel, where the Panthers currently leading the Maryland Terps 1-0 here at Willard Stadium. Drew Nagel, third baseman. He's gotten a lot of work defensively so far here in this game number 2. As he watches that one go right down Broadway, count now 1-1. In 2 innings of work, he has 3 putouts already. One. Big swing and a miss. Count now 1-2.
And again, Nagel last game only reaching on base once for the Panthers. Struck out the other time and flew out the other time.
Drew Nagel, one of the many freshmen to join this High Point squad this year, comes in from Plano, Texas. Getting the start in both games here this afternoon. 2-2 pitch. Upstairs, count full now, 3-2. Wind starting to pick up here at Willard Stadium. You can see the flags over in the outfield starting to blow in towards us here at the booth. 3-2. Taken for strike 3. Nagel thought that for sure was ball 4. He was already halfway down the first base line. But the home plate umpire had different plans for Drew. 1 away. That'll now bring up Oliver Kush. First strikeout of this afternoon for either team.
And Kush going 1 for 3 last game with a single in the 4th inning. He had a pretty solid outing for his first at-bat in the High Point jersey.
1-0 taken outside and low, count now 2-0. Starting to get a little brighter here.
Yeah, it's clearing up now.
Is the sun possibly going to come say hello? 2-0 driven into the right center field gap, and it'll drop for a base hit, and it'll go all the way to the wall. Kush rounding second. He'll try for 3. The throw is not even going to be anywhere near third. A stand-up triple. And the Panthers have another run just 90 feet away. A triple for Oliver Kush. Panthers are in business here early in the second.
And one hit by Kush is exactly what you need here. Early on in the game, you want to set the tone early. You want to get on the board. You want to get ahead. That's exactly what he does. Great base running, great hit by Kush.
So here's Vito Damonte now. That pitch in their first strike count, 0-1. Oh, 1. Swung on a missed strike 2.
DeMonte came in late in the last game. He came in and pinch hit for Keith.
Swung on a missed strike 3. It'll be a drop third strike. Throw in time over to first base. It'll hold Kush at third. 2 away. Second strikeout of the inning for Barker. It'll bring up James Smith.
And a freshman catcher for the Panthers, making his first play appearance of the season on the offensive side.
First pitch taken low, count now 1-0. Taken right down the middle for a strike, count 1-1. Smith, another freshman here on this High Point team. That pitch taken for a strike. Count now 1-2. A Maryland native getting to play his hometown school. Barker looking to end this inning for the Panthers. Here's the 1-2. Swung, driven, through for a base hit. Another run for the Panthers. Back-to-back innings with runs, and it's now 2-0 High Point.
James Smith, nice little hit into the left field gap. Just gets past the shortstop Cherry of the Terrapins. And that's his first hit and RBI as a Panther. Congrats to that young man. And the Panthers will go up 2-0.
A lot of firsts here this afternoon. High Point's first game played this year. And we mentioned how many new freshmen are here on this team. And there's another one right there. It'll bring up now Jake Savino, who's getting the start in game 2 at right field. That one taken for a ball, count 1-0. Taken by Savino for a strike, count 1-1.
Savino last game going 0 for 1, getting 2 walks, one by hit by pitch, and the other one a 4-pitch walk.
Savino looking to keep this inning going for High Point. 1-1, runner goes. That one's flied into center. The catch made by Bunting. And that'll do it for the Panthers. They strike again. It's the freshman, James Smith, an RBI single that gives the Panthers a 2-0 lead. We'll be back for the third after this. Welcome back in to the third inning here from Willard Stadium. First pitch by Vasquez outside for a ball here to start this third inning. Working quickly is Vasquez now. Count 2-0. High Point producing here early, getting out to a quick 2-0 lead. They were able to do that last game, but then the errors started to rain down. And Maryland was able to walk out of Willard Stadium with a Game 1 victory. That pitch taken for a strike. Count 2-1. Big swing and a miss by Foreman. Count now at 2-2. Foreman the DH here in game number 2 this afternoon for the Terps. Vasquez looking to start this second inning on a high note. Here's the 2-2. Taken high and outside, count full, now 3-2. Vasquez still searching for his first strikeout of the afternoon.
He needs to utilize that fastball. He has a strong delivery, nice heater. He needs to take advantage of that and just whip it past the Terrapins.
3-2 line right to second base. And Dan Savino contributing yet again. One away. That pitch skied into center. Chasing DeWitt back, able to make the catch though. Quick 2 outs here for High Point here in the third.
DeWitt having a busy day on the defensive side. He's had a lot of pop flies out into that center field area, but he has a lot of speed. He's able to track down those fly balls.
We'll head back to the top of this Maryland lineup. It'll be Cherry now, who grounded out right to Vasquez, in his first at bat here in game number 2. Pitch taken, and it'll go all the way to the backstop. Count 1-0. Big swing and a miss from Cherry. Count now 1-1. We apologize for the technical difficulties there in the close camera. We only had one camera operating for a few minutes there. We switched batteries. We're back to 2 cameras. 1-1. Fouled right back towards us over our head. I was ready to make a play. Count 1-2. I'm always ready. There's some damage in the booth here from foul balls that have found their way in here. One scared me last year. One almost came in here at like 100 miles an hour on Tuesday night. Always got to be on your toes here in the press box at Willard Stadium. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Vasquez. Grounded to third. Easy play for Nagel. Throw on to first. In time. Side retired. Nagel busy again at third base. That's his 4th putout here early this afternoon. And High Point is cruising here early. 2-0 Panthers. We'll be back after this. Welcome back into Willard Stadium. Bottom half of the third inning, it'll be the top of the lineup for the Panthers, DeWitt, Savino, and Rowe to get this third inning started. Charles, what have you seen here from the Panthers early?
I've seen a lot of good base hitting for sure. Lots of good hits, and Vasquez, on the other hand,
Dominant.
Dominant. Great fastball, good control. He struggled there the first part of the game, but I think he's kind of found his groove now that he is settled into his position. He is a freshman. Nerves probably getting on to him. First club game, official club game. So I'm sure he's probably settled into his position. He's done an excellent job so far at keeping the Panthers ahead.
1-0 from DeWitt, taken inside and low, count 2-0. Vasquez, up to this point, only giving up one hit so far. It's a single to Kreisel, the Maryland left fielder. So to say Vasquez is cruising would be saying the least. DeWitt grounds one to second, throw over to first in time, one away. DeWitt's second ground out to second base here this afternoon. Now I'll bring up Dan Savino, who was able to reach on a walk his first time up, extended that steal from second due to the bad throw, was able to extend it to a two-base steal. And then on a sac fly from Brenton Rowe, able to score and give the Panthers their first run here in Game 2. Savino fouls one to the left side and out of play. Count early 0-1.
And Savino, the two-man in this Panther batting order. He went 1 for 3 last game with a double. And today he started off with a walk. And a good base running so far from Savino as well, like you mentioned.
0-1 taken well outside. Count 1-1 now. That pitch now taken way inside. Count now 2-1. Dan Savino, the junior from Mendham, New Jersey, attending Seton Hall Prep for high school. Last year batting .343 with 4 doubles, 23 hits and 67 plate appearances. Pitch taken for a ball, count now 3-1. Savino, the stolen base today, he went 10 for 12 on stolen bases last year, so a real threat on the base paths for this High Point team. And we mentioned how dominant of an offensive team they are. It's because they can do it all on the offensive end. They can hit for the long ball, they can steal bases, they can play small ball if they have to. It's a big reason why this team went as far as they did last season, looking to replicate that here in 2023. Count full to Dan Savino. Here's the pitch. That one fouled away. We'll try it again.
You got to remember, too, that team was a lot of seniors,
yes,
a lot of young guys. We keep emphasizing the age of this team. It's a lot younger team. And you look at some of those games, we mentioned last broadcast, in that 17-game win streak they had throughout the entire regular season, there were 9 games in which they scored double-digit runs.
Yes.
And they're looking to replicate that this year with a different kind of looking team. But again, wins are all that matter at the end of the day.
Yep. They bolstered their pitching staff this offseason as Savino takes ball 4 and reaches via the walk for the second time this afternoon.
We've already seen promise from Vasquez, so it'll be interesting to see, and also fun to see how this team shapes up going along the rest of the year.
You mentioned some of the seniors departing from this team. Ben Membrino, one of them that left. Harris Eisenberg, another one. But Harris still sticking around on the bench for this High Point team.
And the booth.
And in the booth, yeah. You catch him on ESPN Plus every now and again, I think he'll be on there in a little while for women's basketball. That one skied way high by Rowe into center. 2 away. Rowe's second fly out of the afternoon went to left his first time and to center this time. And it'll bring up Brady Oswick. Ground out his first time up. Playing a little guitar at home plate, it looks like.
He just psyched himself up, that's all. A little confidence booster.
Savino tries again. Throw to second. There's not even going to be one. Dan Savino has his second stolen base here this afternoon. Now there's a runner in scoring position for Oswick with 2 away.
You're saying Savino stealing a lot of bases. Him and stolen bases go together like ham and cheese.
Ham and cheese, not my favorite combo, but very popular one. That one taken for a strike count, 1-1. Really? Ham and cheese? That's what you're going with? That's like your go-to?
Turkey ham and cheese is my sub order.
Fair enough. I respect it. Good breaking ball in there for a strike count, now 1-2. That moved a lot. Oswick was kind of moving away like it was going to hit him, but it dipped right into the strike zone. Panthers are down to their final strike here in the third. Here's the pitch. That one drilled into the left center field gap. It'll not get down. Good coverage by the Maryland left fielder and Kreisel. Thought for sure that one was going to get down. A hard hit ball off the bat of Oswick, but not able to bring home Savino. Panthers still lead by 2. We'll be back after this. Welcome back into Willard Stadium. Panthers currently leading the Terps by a score of 2-0. Top of the fourth, set to get underway. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 for the Terps. Nico Vasquez, Charles, has been dominant here early this afternoon.
Yeah, so far scoreless game for the Terps on there, and that's partly due to Vasquez. He's done an excellent job here on the mound, the freshman. Getting his first start as a Panther in the purple jersey. He's done a great job so far. Not a lot of strikeouts, but he's keeping the ball on the ground or high in the air for pop-outs. So look to see him continue that as we are more than halfway through this game.
So it'll be Rogers to start the top of the fourth for Maryland. Reached via the error from Jake Savino. His first time up, then caught stealing second base. One of 2 Terps to reach on Vasquez so far here this afternoon. That pitch taken for a strike, count 0-1. Oh, 1. Swung on a missed, strike 2. Vasquez ahead here early. Still searching for strikeout number 1 this afternoon. Will he get it here on Rogers? He'll step off and take an extra second. And now Rogers will take a step out of the box. No action, neither bullpen just yet.
And for Panthers, usually you look to the bullpen in the 4th or 5th inning, so expect to see.
0-2 pitch, swung on him, missed, strike 3. So there's Vasquez's first strikeout of the afternoon, his first strikeout as a Panther. And there's one away here early in the 4th.
That's probably a good feeling for him. Good confidence booster as well. You're probably towards the butt end of your outing, so it's good to get those kind of confidence boosts. Keeps you going.
So it'll bring up Kreisel, the only Maryland Terp to reach via a hit this afternoon and here in game number 2. First pitch taken for a ball, count 1-0. Here's the 1-0 from Vasquez. Fouled back, count now 1-1. Something to take note of here at Willard Stadium that it's new considering the turf, but how far home plate is from the backstop. We saw it in game 1 a few times. Pass balls get by. This backstop is so far from home plate now that it allows runners to advance easily. Not really a factor here right now considering there's nobody on the bases, but we saw it in game 1. Haven't really quite seen it here yet in game 2. Something to keep an eye on for the viewers at home. Count 1-2 now to Kreisel. Vasquez looking to make it back-to-back strikeouts. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. 2 straight strikeouts for Nico Vasquez. And 2 outs here quickly in the top of the 4th.
You saw there the hesitation in his delivery.
You saw that, the little extra leg kick there?
Yeah, he threw the batter off, and another great strikeout from Vasquez, and as he's on a roll so far today.
2 straight swinging strikeouts. There's another swing and a miss. This time it's from Shieldman, count 0-1.
He's utilizing that arm of his and those quick pitches to get past these batters.
9 straight retired by Vasquez. That pitch taken inside, count 1-1. Pitch taken for a ball, count 2-1. Bouncing before Smith. Believe it went off his mask. And then in front of him. So it's 2-1 to the Terps third baseman and Shieldman. Grounded out to third. One of many plays Nagel has made over at third base for High Point this afternoon.
He's got the hot corner today for the Panthers.
Big swing and a miss by Shieldman, count 2-2. And Vasquez looking for 3 straight strikeouts to end this top half of the 4th. 2-2 from Vasquez. Taken low, count full now, 3-2.
And again, I pointed this up before, Vasquez has really picked up his pace here ever since he's kind of found his, his rhythm, his groove. He's really picked up pace of.
He's in one to say the least. 9 straight retired. Here's the 3-2 taken outside, ball 4. So there's the first Maryland base runner since the first inning. And they do it here in the top of the 4th with 2 away. So it'll bring up Townsend. Last time grounded out to third base. Vasquez out of the stretch. And it gets back all the way to the backstop, and it allows Shieldman, to reach easy. He's going to try for 3. Here's the throw to third. It is in time. A questionable decision from Shieldman going from second to third. We mentioned how far the backstop was just before. Shieldman thought he was going to be able to take advantage of it. He's not able to, and Vasquez is able to escape. Panthers still up 2-0. Bottom half of the 4th up next. Bottom half of the fourth set to get underway here at Willard Stadium. Panthers currently holding a 2-0 lead over the Terps. It'll be Drew Nagel to get it started for the Panthers here in the bottom half of this fourth. Pitch taken for a ball count, 1-0. Nagel striking out looking his last time up. One of two Panthers retired via the strikeout here in game number 2. Pitch taken low and outside, count now 2-0. Taken low again, count now 3-0. High Point won't play another game until March 18th. That'll be at South Carolina. Panthers on the road the entire month of March. After they wrap up this series here tomorrow afternoon. Or tomorrow morning, excuse me. Count 3-1. Taken well inside for ball 4, and Drew Nagel reaching via the walk to start this fourth inning.
A good change of pace from his last at-bat, striking out. Very,
say the least.
Yeah, very patient at-bat from third baseman, who's had a busy day so far in the defensive end, and now is getting on base for the first time today.
So here's Oliver Kush. The triple, the stand-up triple the last time he was up. Sparker checks over at first. Nagel not going anywhere. Checks over again. Nothing doing, though.
And Nagel isn't the fastest runner, from what I remember.
Grounded to short, this could be 2. Second for 1, over to first, not in time. So Nagel retired at second via the fielder's choice, Kush reaching via the fielder's choice. Now I'll bring up Vito DeMonte.
The Brooklyn, New York native.
Checking over at first again. This time it'll be on Kush, but nothing doing. A lot of pickoff attempts here in these two games here this afternoon.
Well, High Point has some pretty fast runners on this team. So I guess the Terrapins have done their research and try to make sure they don't let that happen again.
That one flied into left center field. Center fielder there in bunting. 2 away.
DeMonte getting contact on both.
So here's James Smith now, who was able to bring Kush home his first time via a single. The freshman catcher for this High Point squad.
Smith last time up, like you said, got a hit. And the Panthers' second run. So let's see if he can repeat that at this at-bat.
First pitch to Smith, taken for a ball count, 1-0. One out. Big swing and a miss from Smith. Count 1-1. You know, Charles, we mentioned before High Point lacrosse here this afternoon taking down Navy. High Point club hockey having a big matchup coming up soon against Navy themselves.
Oh, yeah. And the team's been looking good so far. Winning their last game of the season against Coastal Carolina. And they'll head to the playoffs next weekend in Winston-Salem. So if you're in the area, I know spring break is coming up, but if you're in the area, go stop by and watch the boys play Navy.
Should be a good one at the Annex.
Oh, yeah. And they're looking to get in the Nationals, too, with the win.
The MSG of the Triad, as they call it. Runner goes. The throw to second is not going to be in time. So Kush able to snag a bag. And there's now a runner in scoring position for Smith. with a 2-1 count.
They asked the MSG of the Triad, and we're here in the Fenway Park of the Triad.
All right. That's a stretch. 2-1. Big swing and a miss by Smith. Count now 2-2. Fenway of the Triad's a little strong.
Yeah, we need a larger left field wall for that to be called that.
Willard Stadium's a beauty, going under massive renovations last year, debuting the new turf field.
Much nicer.
Wouldn't say it's quite Fenway-esque, though. Give it maybe about 100 years. 2-2, Scott, a mile high in the infield. Side retired. Panthers unable to do anything with the runner in scoring position. Vasquez looking to continue his dominance here this afternoon. We'll have it on the flip side. Trumpets going here at Willard Stadium. Nico Vasquez is rolling right now. And this Maryland lineup just doesn't have an answer for him right now, Charles.
No, and Vasquez getting his first start as Panther, as we said before. He's been pretty good so far. He had a rough first inning. He was kind of slow on the pace, struggling to find his game, but so far he's settled in. He's been dominant so far through 4 innings, and he'll try to go for 5 here as we get set for the top of the 5th. And not much to say other than he's been flat out great. He has a great fastball. The rain has picked up back here. It stopped for a little bit, but it's picked back up. That might affect his grip on the baseball, but we'll see how he favors against the elements.
So Townsend will start this top half of the 5th inning. He was up when Shielman tried to steal third and was unsuccessful, and he'll line one into the right center gap for a base hit, and this might be multiple bases. It'll go all the way to the wall. Townsend will hold it second. Maryland getting off to a quick start here in this top half of the 5th inning. It's a double for Townsend, and the Terps have a runner in scoring position.
Not the start you want to have as a pitcher. You have no outs. You already got a guy in scoring position. Got to make sure you stay calm, stay poised, and get an out here, whether it be a fly ball, ground out, some kind of out.
So here's Lampert now, who flew out to center his first time up. That pitch taken for a strike. Count 0-1. It's just Maryland's second hit of the day. That double. Lampert trying to bring Townsend home. The 0-1. in there for a strike count 0-2.
He had to make sure Townsend was staying back on that second base bag. He looked back right before he delivered that ball. But good job to make sure he maintained that focus and accuracy.
Vasquez set. The 0-2. Driven into center, and it will... Good play in center by DeWitt. It's a big out. That definitely would have advanced Townsend to at least third, possibly home if it drops, because who knows where it bounces on a short hop like that. DeWitt wouldn't have had a lot of room to cut that ball off. So a big out for the Panthers, and it'll bring up Mestes. One of the good things about being on YouTube is the comment section. They keep you in check. We got the lineup card. To say the writing was a little messy would be an understatement, so I apologize for any mispronunciations. But shout out the comment section for helping me get this one right. Mestes grounding out to third, his first time up. Looking to bring in Townsend from second. Oh, 1. Just inside. Thought it might have hit the inside corner. It did not. Count now 1-1. One. Fouled back. Just to the right of us here in the booth. Count now 1-2 to Mestes. Game 2 of a doubleheader between these two teams. Maryland taking home the win in Game 1. High Point looking to get their first win. Well, technically their fourth win of the year, but their first win in a game played this season.
Yeah, we mentioned last broadcast, Campbell canceling their season, so the Panthers were able to get 3 free conference wins, which is nice to have.
Huge. It's huge.
So they'll start off the year 3-1 as of now, but we'll look to improve to 4-1 after today's game.
They got another one tomorrow morning. Is that pitch? I think that hit the bat of Mestes. It was behind him, and he was holding his bat behind him, and he's just laughing at home plate.
Yeah, the pitch went behind him.
It absolutely hit the end of his bat. The pitch was behind him. His bat over his shoulder. It hit the top of the bat. So Vasquez dodging a bullet. The count will still stay at 1-2. That's something you don't see every day. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed for a strike. It gets behind, and Mestes will reach first. It gets behind Smith, is unable to make the throw.
I think on that play, I think Smith just held onto his mask because you saw him run over to the ball. I think he was a little confused at first. He didn't drop the mask, so he went to pick up the ball. He had to drop his mask first and then pick up the ball with his glove. Just a rookie mistake there by Smith. Not the smartest play to make. But the Terps get on base with 1 out. So the Panthers will look to get a double play here.
That one grounded through the hole for a base hit, and it'll give Maryland their first run here in game number 2. So Foreman able to reach. And this game is now 2-1 here at Willard Stadium.
It looks like in the bullpen, Luis Aron, the freshman, will be warming up as he looks to spot Vasquez. Excuse me. Either
Good
this
one,
inning
Charles.
or next inning. Excuse me.
Let's see what happens here. Still only one away. That pitch taken for a strike by Bunting. Count 0-1. So the drop third strike could be a devastating blow for this High Point team if they're unable to escape this jam. 0-1. Big swing and a miss by Bunting. Count 0-2.
And Bunting we saw last game, he's an aggressive batter, but he gets on base. He got on base 2 of 3 times last game, one of which being a double in the 7th inning to help the Terrapins close out that one.
0-2. And they'll take a check at second. Nobody there for Vasquez to make a throw to. Oh, 2. Fouled back. Count will remain 0-2.
And Vasquez trying to get a jam here. Getting the strikeout would be crucial.
That pitch is a ball. I didn't know if they thought that was a strike and that's why a tag was being put on or what just happened there. But nonetheless, it is a ball. Count now 1-2 to Bunting. That pitch, they say he went, swung on and missed, strike 3. So a big strikeout for Vasquez. Technically his second of the inning. But it'll be 2 away, and we're back to the top of the order. It's Cherry now.
And Vasquez, only 1 run given up in 4 Ks. He's had a pretty solid outing so far in his first debut.
2 runs, 3 hits for Maryland so far off of Vasquez. That pitch taken for a ball, count 1-0. And only 1 walk given up by Vasquez as well. So Vasquez having a very good High Point debut. He's struggling a little bit here in this 5th inning, giving up the 1 run. But a drop third strike is the reason we're still playing. 1-0. That one lined into left. It'll get foul though. And it'll save the Panthers from possibly giving up 2 runs and giving Maryland a lead. Like Charles mentioned, action in the High Point bullpen, none in the Maryland bullpen just yet. One to Cherry. Taken inside, count 2-1. 2-1. Taken on the outside corner, count 2-2, and Vasquez is a strike away from escaping with only just giving up 1 run.
Expect to see some kind of breaking ball or curve here. A little off-speed pitch. A little
Trying to
batter
throw
off.
off Cherry any way he can. Cherry 0 for 2 so far this afternoon. The 2-2. Taken, strike 3! Big time strikeout for Vasquez. High Point escapes. They'll look to regain their 2-run lead, if not extend it to even more, in this bottom half of the 5th inning. We'll be right back after this. Pump it up time here at Willard Stadium. High Point up on Maryland, 2-1 here in this bottom half of the 5th inning. What an outing so far from Nico Vasquez, up to 5 strikeouts now in the afternoon.
Yeah, I know we said before he had a rough start to the game, but he's really settled in, I feel like. He's really found his confidence. And that's what you need, especially as a freshman making your debut for your college program. He's done an excellent job at staying poised, finding his spot, finding his pitches, and we just saw there he got a great jam. He gave up a run, runners on first and second, 1 out, but he managed to stay calm, and he struck out the last 2 batters with some great pitches. And as we saw there, nice little off speed to get rid of Cherry to end the top of the 5th inning with minimal damage done. And so the Panthers look to get back that 2-run lead as we went to the bottom of this inning.
Like I mentioned before, High Point looking to get their first win on the field this season. As we've mentioned a few times here this afternoon between the 2 games, High Point credited with 3 conference wins due to Campbell forfeiting their season. So the Panthers came into this afternoon 3-0. They dropped game 1, looking to bring home the win in game 2 and advance to 4-1 on the season. Headed into tomorrow's early morning first pitch against Maryland yet again. Jake Savino now at the dish. Flew out to center his first time up, and he's ahead on the count here, 0-2, quickly.
Good fastball there.
Savino takes a strike. Count 2-1. Savino grounds 1 to third. Throw in time, 1 away. Savino retired for the 2nd time this afternoon.
It looks like Savino got kind of caught up there. Went to base. He kind of limped on the second half of that run. Seems to be okay walking back to the dugout.
So back to the top of the order for High Point. It'll be Quinn DeWitt grounding out to second both times he's been up at the dish this afternoon. DeWitt, he does it a 3rd time. 2 away. It's kind of impressive. Three at-bats for DeWitt today. All of them going to second base. Interesting.
Consistency is key.
To say the least. So 2 quick outs for Barker. And it'll be Dan Savino, who's reached twice via the walk this afternoon and has 2 stolen bases to his name. Takes the first pitch low. Count 1-0.
For the most part, I feel like this game has also had pretty quick pace to it. You know, first game was really, really quick, as we talked about before. But this game, not as quick, but I think it's...
No, still moving along very quickly, though. The low-scoring games, you'll definitely see that.
And it was pretty low scoring last game, too, up until like the last few innings.
That pitch taken high and outside by Savino. Count 2-0. You know, Graham Tuck, who you just heard on the broadcast before, has chimed in about our what Willard Stadium is of the Triad, what stadium. He believes it's the Great American Ballpark of the Triad. Not sure if I necessarily disagree with him. 2 up. In there for a strike. Count 2-1.
That's Cincinnati's home, right? Or my?
Yes and no, it is.
All right. I can get behind that.
Yeah, well, being from Ohio, I'm sure you can definitely get behind that.
No.
2-1. Bunted by Savino. The speed's been there all afternoon, and it's there again. He reaches via the bunt. It'll go all the way to the dugout. So Savino will be able to take 2, and Dan Savino, a productive afternoon on the base paths here in game number 2. And the Panthers, will have a runner in scoring position with 2 away here in this bottom half of the 5th. It'll be an E1 on the score sheet.
Hey, good job by Savino to beat out that run and then using that awareness, getting to second base.
Because you saw him kind of tail off after getting to first, and then he saw the ball got passed, turned, saw it quickly, and just booked it on over to second base, and he got there so quickly there didn't even have to be a throw.
I think the first base coach might have helped on that one too, but really good job by Savino making the base run and getting there.
So here's Brenton Rowe now, flying out to left field and center field, his 2 times up here in game number 2.
Great American Ballpark of the Triad. I'm still trying to process that one.
I mean, it's...
Cincinnati, the metropolis of Kentucky.
As that one gets through, and Savino might have a try home. Third base coach telling Savino to stay, but the throw to first is in time! Brenton Rowe got caught sleeping. Savino able to get to third. It would have brought up Brady Oswick with runners on the corners, but Rowe gets caught at first, and it ends this bottom half of the 5th inning. What a way to end it. Panthers looked like they were threatening. Nothing doing. 2-1 High Point. We'll be back for the top half of the 6th after this. Welcome back into Willard Stadium. Top half of the 6th inning here between the Panthers and the Terps. High Point currently leading 2-1. We have some defensive switches to tell you about. For Jake Savino, Charles mentioned he saw him limping back to the dugout. It is number 4 now, Brad Schmidt, in right field for the Panthers. And Nico Vasquez's afternoon is done after 5 innings of work, giving up just 3 hits, one run. It is earned, 1 walk and 5 strikeouts. It'll be Louis Aroni now.
A good outing from Vasquez. He was struggling a little bit in that last inning. He was able to get out of that jam, but I think the coach made the right decision switching to Aroni, as he'll get his first appearance as a Panther.
As that one's lined into the left center gap immediately for a base hit. This is definitely going to be 2. Rogers is going to turn second. He'll try for 3. There might be a play. The throw is not in time. Rogers immediately off of Aroni. Terps are in business here quickly.
Not the start you want in your first appearance in college for Aroni, the freshman from Bridgewater, New Jersey. It's a tough look for him as the Terps get
just the Terps' 4th hit of the afternoon. It's their It's their first triple of the afternoon. Believe it's their first triple between the two games combined as well.
No, I believe Maryland got a triple in the last game.
Sure enough, I'm wrong.
That's okay.
You keep me honest, Charles. I appreciate it. That one grounded foul. Count now 1-1. Taken high and inside. Ball gets to the backstop. And Rogers is going to score, and this game is tied at 2 here in the 6th. So no outs recorded by Aroni yet. And Maryland able to tie this game at 2.
Already an earned run for Aroni in his first appearance. And the wild pitch is not helping either.
That one taken inside. Count now 3-1. We do have action in the High Point bullpen already. There are 2 arms going. They're wearing sweatshirts, so I couldn't tell you what number it is just yet. As soon as we get the number, we'll give you who it is. The 3-1 from Aroni. That one fly to deep left. It's deep, and it is gone! Maryland's first lead of the afternoon comes via the home run. It's Kreisel, and it's 3-2 Terps.
And what a quick turnaround that has been for the Panthers, as they were up 2-0 for most part of the game until the 5th inning. And
Nico Vasquez, a dominant outing.
Aroni has been struggling.
Has struggled. 2 runs for Maryland here quickly. Still not an out in the top of the 6th. And it's 3-2 Terps here at Willard Stadium.
And it looks like in the
We're going to get a mound visit.
No bullpen switch yet, as both are still warming up. And one of the pitchers warming up in the bullpen is going to be the right-hander junior, Griffin Pollitt from Chicago, Illinois, a Lane Tech graduate. He'll be warming up as the righty. Both righties are in the pen right now, but Griffin looks most being ready.
So not the outing Louis Aroni wanted. Two quick runs for the Terps here in this top half of the 6th inning. It was a Kreisel triple, or excuse me, a Rogers triple and a Kreisel homer. And all of a sudden, High Point's 2-0 lead is gone.
The pitching coach will make his way back into the dugout for the Panthers.
High Point looking not to lose 2 games back-to-back. They didn't do it once all of last year. Oh, over the head of Shielman, who reached via the walk his last time up, made that questionable base running decision going from 2nd to 3rd, which ended the 4th. And Aroni just can't find the strike zone right now.
It's a confidence thing, that's why the pitching coach you saw there come out for the Panthers and talk to Aroni, just trying to calm his nerves down, tell him everything's okay. We're still in this game. Find your game, find your rhythm. And everything will be set in stone from there. That's why I'd be telling my pitcher if I was out there. And we just saw Aroni getting his first strike at this at-bat.
2-1. Grounded. Over to 2nd. Throw to 1st in time, 1 away. Big first out for Aroni.
And that's going to be the start of momentum for him as he gets that first out.
Crucial first out for Luis Aroni. So it'll bring up Townsend, double his last time up. One of 3 hits off of Nico Vasquez this afternoon. That one grounded right back to Aroni, and 2 quick outs here in this top half of the 6th.
And look at the bullpen. We're going to have a pair of Griffs in the bullpen. We mentioned earlier Griffin Pollitt is one of the pitchers warming up, the righty, junior from Chicago. The other one being number 36, Griff Strain the third, also a junior, also a righty. But he is from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So a pair of Griffs in the bullpen warming up for the Panthers.
That pitch, take it for a strike, count 0-1. Aroni only having 12 pitches thus far here in the 6th inning, even though it feels like he's thrown a little bit more. 0-1. Half swing. It'll be strike 2, as that one's fouled back near the backstop.
And Aroni has been a lot more aggressive ever since that mound visit. Throwing a lot more strikes, going right towards the center. And he seems to have found some confidence now after getting 2 quick outs.
Aroni working quickly. 0-2. That one driven into the left center field gap, and that'll drop for a base hit. And this one's going to go all the way, or cut a good cutoff in center by DeWitt. Keeps it only a double for Lampert. And Maryland another runner in scoring position here in the 6th. Maryland only had 3 hits off of Vasquez the entire game. They already have 3 hits here in this 6th inning. So here's Mestes. Reached via the drop third strike his last time up. That pitch low. Bouncing in the turf, count 1-0. Taken low again in the turf, count now 2-0. No action in the Maryland bullpen, so I believe we're going to see Barker again here in this bottom half of the 6th inning when High Point comes up to bat. 2-0. Taken in the turf again, it'll get all the way to the backstop. So after 2 quick outs, Aroni finding trouble.
I expect to see maybe a pitching change after this at-bat for the Panthers, as they just want to get out this inning and get back to hitting and get back to a tie or at least a lead.
3-0 taken for a strike by Mestes. Count now 3-1. Hitters count all the way. Aroni's got to be careful with what he throws him. 3-1. Grounded. Down the third base line. Will it be in time? It won't, and the ball gets away. You're going to round second. Didn't go 3. Realized the throw was coming in. So Mestes reaching via the error. Another High Point error comes back to bite him. And it's 4-2 Terps.
After a solid fielding day from Nagel, that's a sight to see. And Maryland, remember last game too, they had a 3-run inning, and that was the deciding factor for them. And when you get pitching change here.
That's going to do it for Aroni. Tough outing for Aroni. We'll be back with the pitching change after this. Pitching change here for the Panthers. It'll be Rashawn Sundar in now for the Panthers. Louis Aroni just could not get it done. Makes it 2/3 of an inning, giving up 4 hits, no walks, no strikeouts. The runner on second, he is responsible for. So the final line not complete just yet for Aroni. But the Panthers will bring in Sundar, looking to get out of this 6th inning. Already a 3-run inning for the Terps. 4-2. Sundar's first pitch, low for a ball, count 1-0.
Actually, according to our depth chart here, Sundar wears number 27. You'll see that he's wearing 6. There's a jersey switch before the game. So he's actually wearing Griffin Pollitt's jersey. But it's Rashawn Sundar
Skied
pitching.
a mile high, shallow center. DeWitt there, side retired. So the Panthers give up 3. It's now a 4-2 Maryland lead. High Point will look to get it back after this. Bottom half of the 6th here at Willard Stadium. Reminder, these are 7-inning games. So bottom half of the 6th inning, we are almost close to completion here this afternoon. New pitcher for Maryland. We don't have a full roster up here in the booth, so it is number 21 for the Terps. High Point, starting with Oswick, will look to get the 2 runs back. High Point searching for their 4th win technically of the season, their first actually playing a game. Pitch taken low, 2 quick balls to Brady Oswick.
We found ourselves in a similar situation last game
Yes,
where Maryland had a 3-run inning.
that one skied a mile high, drifting towards foul territory. It'll be drill drop for a base hit. No one covering second. Oswick able to slide in. And Brady Oswick reaching into scoring position early. No outs yet. Panthers in business early.
The tying run coming to the plate now.
It'll be Drew Nagel. He's had a day in the field. Looking to finally do it at the plate.
The man with the Jordan cleats.
That one will go all the way to the backstop, and it'll allow Oswick to advance to third. So the Panthers, a run 90 feet away, and a ball in play, getting past the infield should get that run home. So the Panthers having a good chance to get at least one of these runs back here in this 6th inning.
And with no outs, too, you got plenty of momentum going for you.
Yes. It's exactly what High Point needed after the inning they just had. Pitch taken for a strike. Count 1-1. Nagel 0 for 1 up to this point with a strikeout and a walk. That pitch taken outside, count 2-1. Two one. Big swing and a miss by Nagel. Count 2-2. Two. Fouled back, we'll do it again. Guess you can consider this opening day for High Point. Opening day of the MLB spring training today. Good day for baseball.
It's a great
Upstairs,
day.
count 3-2.
If only the weather was a little bit better.
It would make life so much more enjoyable.
We've been nagging on it all broadcast, but
I am freezing right now.
I can't even lie.
3-2 pitch. Ball 4. Panthers have runners on the corners. Nagel's 2nd walk of the day. What a way to work the count. He was 1-2 down early and worked it all the way to a walk.
And that's a patience thing. You know, it's good to see that out of Nagel. The freshman gets good discipline from a young player, and that helps the team out a lot. You got runs in the corners, no outs. You got Bush up to the plate, who's been pretty good at batting so far today.
Pitch taken off the plate. Count 1-0. Don't count the Panthers out just yet. We mentioned how good of an offensive team this is. They can strike at any point. They've got 2 runners on here quickly in the bottom half of the 6th. 1-0. Taken for a strike, count 1-1. One pitch. Runner goes. That one grounded. Past the pitcher. 1 run will score. The runner is safe at first. Good speed by Kush to get down the line. He beats the throw. And now the Panthers will have runners on 1st and 2nd with nobody out. And a run comes in, so now it's 4-3.
And the Terps are arguing their case. They really thought that they got Bush on that ground ball.
The umpires won't even talk about it, so it's runners on 1st and 2nd, nobody out. The Panthers have the tying run in scoring position, go-ahead runner on 1st, and plenty of time to bring, if not one, both of them home.
Well, I mean, the umpires can't do much about that play. There's only 2 of them out there, and one was...
There's no replay review either.
But I guess you at home could look at it.
Yeah. A bunt, it'll be fouled back into the netting behind home plate, count 0-1. We don't want to give him the video either. We don't want to throw him under the bus if he was out.
No.
We're not going to do that.
We're biased.
So a good response inning so far from High Point. They look to tie, if not take the lead. We do have action in the Panther bullpen. Another bunt attempt. This one will go right to the pitcher. Both runners will advance. The throw is high. Nobody touched the base. So the Panthers will have the bases loaded with nobody out here in this bottom half of the 6th inning. A good bunt by DeMonte. It would have been a good sacrifice bunt regardless because both runners advanced without a throw. But a bad throw by the pitcher. It was a little high, and it allows the Panthers to have the bases loaded with nobody out. They give up 3 in the top half of the inning. They already have 1, and they're looking to get even more.
And with no outs, and you got all ducks on the pond, it's a good opportunity here for the Panthers.
So it'll be James Smith now, who reached via a single in the second, popped out to short in the 4th. He's ahead 1-0 quickly. 1-0 pitch. Fouled back, count 1-1.
And still no action in the Maryland bullpen either. So they're going to be sticking with this pitch number 21 for the rest of this inning.
Although we didn't see any action in the Maryland bullpen at all, so who knows if there's someone throwing or not.
That's a fair point.
We have a pretty good view of the bullpen. We didn't see anyone throwing. 1-1. Taken right down the middle for a strike, count 1-2.
And again, there's no outs, but you don't want to waste an at-bat at all. You want to get as many runs as you can and get those insurance runs to go on top of it.
1-2. Taken low in the turf. Runners will hold. Count now 2-2. Brad Schmidt on deck next for his first plate appearance of the afternoon.
You mentioned earlier there being activity in the bullpen for the Panthers. It's still Griff Strain the third. He's still warming up over there. So we might see his appearance next inning.
2-2. Taken low. Count now full 3-2. Tying run 90 feet away. Full count to James Smith. High Point dugout making noise. Here comes the 3-2. Swung on, foul tip. Not being able to hold it is the catcher in Mestes, and he looks to be in a little bit of pain. I think he's going to be all right, though. I heard it hit something after the foul tip. I thought it was his glove. If it was anything else, if I could hear it from up here.
Looks like he just needs a moment to...
Yep, just catch his breath.
Might have gotten hit in the no man's land area.
Yeah.
The place where the sun doesn't shine.
Yeah. So after giving up 3 runs in the top half of the 6th inning, High Point's already struck for a 1 run. It'll be a full count to James Smith. Bases are loaded. High Point, a glorious chance to regain this lead. Like I mentioned, Brad Schmidt on deck for his first plate appearance of the afternoon after Smith here. And then it'll be the top of the lineup. DeWitt, Savino, but we have a big pitch right here to focus on. James Smith, 1 for 2 this afternoon, looking to make it 2 for 3, or to reach via the walk and tie this game. The 3-2 pitch. Taken, strike 3 called. A big first out from Maryland. A double play would keep this a 1-run Maryland lead.
And he thought it was a walk. Originally, you saw him walking down the first baseline.
A big strikeout for the Terps. Schmidt, ground ball, 1 run will score. The throw to first, the tag gets him, so there will be 2 away, but High Point is able to tie this game at 4. And both runners will advance, so 2 runners in scoring position with 2 away, but High Point able to get 2 of those 3 runs right back and tie this game.
And Brad Schmidt, he was trying to plead his case of that the first baseman was in the way of the base path.
I didn't think of that. I necessarily don't know. I don't disagree with Schmidt there. The way he reached in front of him and kind of blocked that base, you saw him have to kind of dodge the tag a little bit.
He was playing against the umpire, but again,
Nothing doing.
Not a lot of crew members out there, so they can only do the best they can.
So Nagel scores. Kush reaches third. DeMonte reaches second. Back to the top of the lineup. It's DeWitt. He's ahead 1-0. 2 runners in scoring position. High Point looking to regain this lead. That pitch taken for a strike. Count 1-1. If DeWitt reaches base, Dan Savino would be next. 1-1. Taken low, count 2-1. What a response inning by this High Point team, Charles.
Oh, yeah, and they've had so much momentum. You know, a rough top of the 6th inning after 3 runs were led by Aroni. But Panthers have bounced back.
Pitch in there for a strike, count now 2-2. Maryland looking to escape, still tied. 2-2 pitch. Outside, count 3-2.
And DeWitt looking to probably just make any kind of contact here. He's a fast base runner. Any kind of short little ground ball he could probably beat out if he can and keep this inning alive.
3-2. Skied, shallow left. Side retired. High Point able to strike back. They tie it at 4. Top half of the 7th coming up next here at Willett Stadium. So a fantastic response from the High Point Panthers in that bottom half of the 6th inning. It'll be the bottom half, it'll be 8-9, and then the top of the order for the Terps here in the 7th inning. Like I said before, only 7-inning games. So this is it. This is do or die. Or I shouldn't say do or die for Maryland just yet, but with the Panthers having their top half of the lineup coming up in this bottom half, Maryland could use a run. It'll definitely help.
And Maryland, after Bunting, who is the number 9 batter in their order, they will also get a chance to put out their top of the order, so it'll be interesting to see how both offenses respond.
Yes, absolutely. Sundar's first pitch hits him. So bunting reaches via hit by pitch. Top half of the lineup now, it's Cherry. Check over at first, nothing doing. Pitch in there for a strike, count 0-1. So Sundar only seeing the one batter last inning. He hits the first batter of this inning, that is bunting. And now has to deal with the top half of this Maryland lineup that's been productive here the past 2 innings. 0-1, a bunt. Good one, down the third base line. The throw to first is in time. Great sacrifice bunt by Cherry. But he is out at first. It was a close play.
Cherry thought he had it for a second, but
I thought it was very close.
I thought the Panthers clearly got it, but I think Cherry might thought it was a little closer than it seemed. But he's a fast runner. I expect that. You know, he's a great runner. We saw in the last game too. Quick speed, that's why he bats first.
So here's Rogers now. He had the triple in the 6th. That pitch driven into left field for a base hit. They'll hold the runner at third, and Rogers with 2 big hits in back-to-back innings. This time it's a single, and the Terps have runners on the corners with only 1 out.
In best case scenario here, you want to keep it on the ground.
Yes.
Preferably to the shortstop or second baseman, get that double play and get out of there
so
as soon as possible.
Here's Kreisel, who hit the home run his last time up. The Terps looking for another long ball here in this 7th inning. Runners on the corners, 1 away. First pitch in there for a strike, count 0-1. Good first pitch there by Sundar. Nice fastball.
Nice 2-seamer, cuts back in from the outside, and he has good speed on that ball too.
Oh, 1. Outside. Count 1-1.
Like a breaking ball got away from him on that one.
Yeah, good play by Smith to keep that from going all the way to the backstop, because if it did, this game would have a lead and it would belong to the Terps. 1-1 pitch. Outside again, another good stop by Smith to prevent it from going to the backstop. Count 2-1.
That's something he's been improving on all game. He was struggling to keep the ball in front of him for the better half of that game, for the first half. He seemed to have found his groove now, learning as he goes.
2-1 from Sundar. Grounded to second. This might be exactly what the Panthers needed. Flip in time to second for 1. Over to first. In time! A double play! This Panther dugout is fired up! Exactly what the doctor ordered. Gets the Panthers out of the 7th inning. Tied at 4. We'll have the bottom half after this. We're back for the bottom half of the 7th inning. The Panthers getting out of the jam via the double play. And it'll be this top half of the Panther lineup looking for a W. It'll be Dan Savino, who's reached base safely every time he's been up so far this afternoon.
You mentioned it last inning. This is the top of the order. This will be a prime time for the Panthers to take advantage.
Savino grounds one to first. Will he beat it? It's going to be close. He is safe at first. The speed of Dan Savino strikes again. Has reached base safely in all 4 plate appearances, and the Panthers have the first runner of this bottom half of the 7th inning on. What hustle from Savino to get down the line.
And you don't see that often. The base runner beating out the first baseman, nonetheless.
Yeah, no kidding.
It was a hard ground ball. The first baseman seemed a little bit too far back, and good job by the Panthers.
That one grounded to second. This could be 2. Second in time for 1. The throw to first is picked out for a double play. Panthers get a big double play to end the top half of the 7th, and Maryland getting one to prevent any damage from happening here in the bottom half. 2 away now, nobody on. And it'll be Brenton Rowe. Or excuse me, it'll be Brady Oswick now to try to keep it going for High Point.
That's a real momentum killer and a vibe killer too. You have a great play to start off the inning, but a double play kills any chance of scoring. You're back to square one.
So it was a 4-6-3 double play to end the top half of the 7th, excuse me, and now a 4-6-3 double play here in the bottom half of the 7th. One-0. Big swing and a miss by Oswick. Count 1-1. Pitch taken for a ball. Count 2-1. Two-one pitch to Oswick. Upstairs, count now 3-1. Oswick reaching base safely in the 6th inning via the walk, looking to do it here in the 7th. 3-1 pitch. Low in the turf, ball 4, so the Panthers get a runner on first base. This inning is not dead yet.
Up to the plate will be Nagel, and he's been pretty disciplined so far today. 2 walks.
Nagel, 2 walks, striking out in the 2nd. Has had a great day in the field here in this 2nd game. Looking for the biggest hit of this one thus far. That one driven through for a base hit. So Nagel reaches via base hit. Panthers have the winning run in scoring position. And it'll be Oliver Cush, who's reached base safely all 3 times this afternoon. A triple, a single, and he reached once via the fielder's choice.
A lot of pressure here on Cush. Potentially could bring home the winning run with any kind of hit into the outfield.
Winning run 180 feet away. The throw back to second, not in time. Not sure what Oswick was thinking about doing there.
He was playing with the pitcher a little bit too much. Almost cost him his spot at second base.
Pitch taken upstairs. They call it a strike. Not sure how that was a strike, but nonetheless it is. And the count's 0-1. 0-1. Taken way upstairs that time. That one's a ball for sure. Count 1-1. Like I mentioned, Cush reaching base safely all 3 times he's been up to the plate this afternoon, looking to make it 4. The 1-1 pitch. That one Grounded softly to second, and it is in time, side retired. So the Panthers had opportunities, but they couldn't cash in. We'll go to extras. 8th inning up next after this. We go to extras here at Willard Stadium. The Panthers and the Terps deadlocked at 4. Charles, the Panthers had opportunities there in that bottom half of the 7th inning, just weren't able to cash in.
Yeah, great opportunity for the Panthers. They had a man on first. They had a situation going for them. A quick 2 outs for the Terps. The Panthers were able to load up first and second base with runners, but an unfortunate ground out to the second baseman resulted in the end of the 7th inning, and we are now on to extra innings as we hit the top of the 8th.
So it'll be Shielman for Maryland to kick this thing off, and he fouls one back quickly. Sundar still in there for a high point count 0-1. Shielman 0 for 2 today with a walk. Made that questionable running decision in the 4th inning, trying to stretch one stolen base into 2. The 0-1. Good off speed, just a little bit upstairs. Count 1-1. Shielman, Townsend, and Lampert, the 3 do for Maryland. 1-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. First strike, count 1-2.
And Sundar has been pretty good so far in his small amount of time as
minus the hit by pitch. Sundar's been fantastic. Gave up the 1 single as well, but that's about it. 1-2 pitch. Started the swing, never went around. Count now 2-2. Rain continuing to fall here at Willard Stadium.
It's been off and on all day. I think it's kind of thrown out the players a little bit. It's difficult to see the ball.
2-2. Low and outside, count now full, 3-2. These two teams will see each other again tomorrow morning right here at Willard Stadium, 10 a.m. Catch all the action right here on the High Point Club Sports YouTube channel. 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. So Maryland getting a runner on quickly here in this top half of the 8th inning. They'll bring up Townsend.
It was a strong start at that about for Rashawn.
Quickly ahead 1-2. It was a good job by Shielman to be able to work the count. And I think we're going to get a pinch runner here.
It'll be Morin.
We are.
For the Terps. If you remember last game, he is the right fielder who's wearing a bucket hat.
Questionable fashion decision. It's club baseball. You see it all. First pitch in there for a strike. Count 0-1 to Townsend.
There's been a lot of bold fashion choices so far. We have the grad student, Brad Schmidt, who had the neon green cleats.
I like the neon green cleats.
They're nice. I like them.
You say that's questionable. I like them.
Well, like I'm just saying general fashion choices for today. You saw the Jordan cleats on a few players, actually.
Another check over at first base. This time the ball gets away. So a big mistake there from High Point. And now Maryland has a runner in scoring position with nobody out here in this top half of the 8th inning.
And Rashawn has always been quick on those pickoff attempts. And I think this time it kind of bit him in the back, as the first baseman was not ready for that pickoff attempt.
0-1 pitch. Inside it hits him. So 2 runners on with nobody out for the Terps. Second hit by pitch for Sundar in as many innings, and I think that's going to be it.
It'll be Griff Strain, the third, the junior, who will be taking over going forward. I think Rashawn's day.
Pitch and change for High Point. We'll have more right after this. It'll be Griff Strain the third for High Point, looking to save the Panthers and get them to the bottom half of the 8th inning with a chance to win this ball game. Runners on first and second for Maryland. Still nobody out in this top half of the 8th inning. Be Lampert, second baseman for Maryland. First pitch in there for a strike. Count 0-1.
And Griff Strain, the junior from Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Really? Say it right.
Baton Rouge.
There you go. 0-1. Nice breaking ball by Strain. Swing and a miss. Count 0-2. That thing was slow and moved a lot. The 0-2 pitch. Flied into left field. It'll drop, and it'll go all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. Here comes another. Play at the plate. Not in time. 2-run score, and it's a 6-4 Maryland lead.
That's not the case you want if you're High Point right now. The more runs that are tacked on, that's the more runs you got to get back plus more.
So Strain got ahead 0-2 quickly and gives up the 2 runs. Quick ground out by Mestes. Runner advances to third. 1 away here in this top half of the 8th.
And that's only the first out for the Panthers, and they still have to get 2 more. And they got another guy in scoring position.
Another run for Maryland awaits 90 feet. Or is 90 feet away? Long day, Charles.
You could say that.
Yeah. Pitch low for a ball count 1-0 to Foreman. Foreman, 1 for 3 today with a single. Had a line out in the third. Grounded out to the pitcher in the 6th. That one in there for a strike count, 1-1. That one grounded, and Strain couldn't pick it up. So runners on the corners for Maryland. Only 1 out still here in this top half of the 8th.
It's been a big turnaround compared to the end of the 6th inning for High Point, which they got 2 runs and were able to tie the game back up. Scoreless 7th inning. You know, there was a lot of chances for High Point to win that game. And they're now down 2 runs.
So here's bunting. Takes first pitch he sees for a ball count 1-0.
It's not looking pretty for High Point. But it's looking up for Maryland.
Maryland looking to take both games of this doubleheader and hand High Point 2 consecutive losses. Action in the Panther pen.
It's Elijah Lakeman warming up in the pen, the left-hander from Philly.
2-0. Inside. Just hits the inside corner. Count 2-1. 2-1 pitch. Missing outside, count now 3-1.
Yeah, Smith trying to frame that one. It was a little close on the outside lower corner, but couldn't quite persuade the umpire.
3-1 pitch. In there, hits the inside corner for a strike, count now full 3-2. And High Point really could use a strikeout here. Three-two. Outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded for the Terps.
If you're High Point, you want another double play here.
Only 1 hit this inning for Maryland. All the runners reaching via walk, hit by pitch, an error, and another walk. And then the double by Lampert down the left field line that scored 2. giving Maryland the 6-4 lead they currently own. First pitch to Cherry, outside, count 1-0. Only one out still. 1-0 way inside. Or they call that a strike. Cherry ducked and got out of the way.
Well, if he ducked the wrong direction.
They call it a strike. 1-1. Flied into left. Might be a little shallow to score one. They're going to send him. Here comes a play at the plate. The throw is in time. Big out for the Panthers. It turns into a double play. And High Point will have a chance to tie here in the bottom half of the 8th. They give up 2. They're down 2. It's 6-4. We'll be back after this. Bottom half of the 8th inning. High Point needs at least 2, and it'll start with Vito DeMonte at the plate.
DeMonte so far today got out twice, but the other time reached on the error.
Pitch bounces low in the turf for a ball, count 1-0. Good game today here in this second game of the doubleheader between these two teams, back and forth the entire time. High Point holding a 2-0 lead for most of the game till that 5th inning. Maryland struck for their first, making it 2-1, and then the 6th inning. Maryland scoring 3, and it's been back and forth ever since. Count 2-0 here early to DeMonte. Good 2 games between these two teams. Should be an exciting one tomorrow morning, regardless of the outcome here in this bottom half of the 8th. High Point looking to avoid losing 2 straight games since 2021. That one will get out of play. Count 2-2.
A good bow here from DeMonte. He's a solid player, good size, freshman. One of the many freshmen on this team.
Another freshman here on this team.
I feel like we said that enough.
Yeah. No, it's the truth. They brought in a lot of talent this offseason after the incredible run they had last year. That one's fouled into the mitt for strike 3. Throw down to first anyway in time. 1 away. DeMonte's second strikeout of the afternoon. And it'll be James Smith up next. Smith 1 for 2 so far this afternoon. Reaching via single in the 2nd inning, has yet to reach base again safely since then.
And he brought in one of the runs, one of the first few runs for the Panthers.
Smith goes around on the first pitch he sees for a strike, count 0-1. Oh, 1. Hits the inside corner for a strike. Good pitch. Count 0-2. Oh, 2. Upstairs. Count now 1-2. One, two. Good take there by Smith. Count 2-2. High Point's second season playing at Willard Stadium. They redid the field last year, like I mentioned earlier, all new turf. They got to play here, this club team, for the first time last season. So their second go-around here at Willard Stadium. A team with very high expectations. After the run they had last year, they want to do it again. 2-2 pitch. Fouled off, and we'll try it again, and count still 2-2.
Good battle here from Smith, the catcher. So far, trying to keep his team alive here and just get on base and get a hit.
Would be a big one if he did. 2-2. Pitch taken low, count now 3-2. Good job by Smith to work this count back full.
And great patience from him, too. Being a young rookie, it's nice to see that they have patience.
3-2. Low and outside, ball 4. Tying run coming up to the plate. It'll be Brad Schmidt.
This is number 9 here for the Panthers, the grad student, making his second play appearance for the day. And then the hole will be the top of the order and do it.
First pitch he sees low for a ball, count 1-0. Schmidt grounding out his first time up. 1-0. Taken all the way. Count now 2-0. High Point not dead just yet. The 2-0 pitch to Schmidt. Taken for a strike, count now 2-1. They call that a strike. Couple questionable ball strike calls from this umpiring crew throughout the games today. There's another one in my opinion. Count now 2-2. Here's the pitch. That one driven over the second baseman's head. It'll drop. Smith rounds second. He'll head to third. Brad Schmidt, a big single. Runners on the corners.
That's the kind of momentum you need going for the Panthers, and that's an excellent hit there by the grad student Schmidt.
The pinch runner, I'm sorry, that's not Schmidt. It'll be Kyle Shelley on third base right now, who's pinch running for James Smith.
Kyle Shelley, the senior from Cary, North Carolina, staying at 5'10". About 155. Small frame, he's got speed.
So 1 out, winning run at the plate, it's Quinn DeWitt. First pitch he sees, he fouls back, count 0-1. Tying run on first, tying run at first, go ahead run, winning run at the plate. Only one away. But with runners being on the corners, the double play is in play and could very quickly end this game. 0-1 to DeWitt. Taken. And I don't know what just happened, but he is going to be safe at third. Kyle Shelley, I'm not sure what just happened, but he was halfway down the third base line. And the umpires are going to have a discussion about this. I thought Shelley was out.
By a mile.
I didn't think it was even close. And they call him safe anyway. So Panthers dodge a bullet. Count still 1-1 to DeWitt.
There's another questionable call you were talking about.
There's another one. And I thought after the discussion for sure it was going to be switched to an out call. But the Panthers avoid. The Panthers avoid any damage. DeWitt into center. Caught. Shelley's going to tag and will score without a throw. So it's 6-5 now, but the Panthers are down to their final out.
So tying run now is Schmidt. He'll be at first base. And up to the plate now will be the winning run in
Dan Savino.
Dan Savino,
who's had an outstanding game number 2 today, reaching base safely in all 4 plate appearances. He's won. He technically right now is only 1 for 1. He reached via the walk twice and reached via an error in the 5th. His first hit came in the 7th, and it was a single. He fouls the first pitch he sees back. Count will go to 0-1.
A productive batting presence today for one of the Savino brothers.
Jake Savino did start this game in right field, played all of game 1, but was taken out. What looked like due to an injury, hence why Brad Schmidt is in the game. He currently stands on first. 0-1. Taken outside for a ball, count 1-1.
And Terp's pitcher right now, number 21, he's going to want to be patient with this at-bat, knowing this current circumstance. He wants to get this guy out.
1-1 bounces low in the turf for a ball, count now 2-1. Savino looking to keep the inning going for High Point. They're down 1. Tying run at first, go ahead, run at the plate. Here's the pitch. That one driven into right field for a base hit. Schmidt will stay at second, so Savino, another single, reaches base safely in all 5 plate appearances, and the Panthers will keep it going. It's now Brenton Rowe.
And remember, too, Dan Savino, even though Schmidt is in front of him, Savino is a very speedy runner, and honestly has been one of the better players I've seen these past 2 games. He's had speed, he's had stolen base.
It'll be a pitching change for Maryland. We'll have more on it right after this. It'll be a pitching change for Maryland. We don't have a full roster in the booth, but it is number 24 on the mound now for the Terps, looking to close this game out. They're 1 out away, But the Panthers have the tying run in second, winning run on first. And it'll be Brady Oswick, Brenton Rowe, now at the plate, with a chance to bring home at least one. First pitch Brenton sees, he takes for a ball, count 1-0.
He has one hit today. I believe he had one hit in the other game as well.
Grounded into that double play that ended the seventh. That gave Maryland 2 outs in the seventh. 1-0 pitch. Taken for a strike, count 1-1. Fly ball, shallow right. This should do it. It does it. Maryland takes 2-2 from the Panthers here at Willard Stadium this afternoon. And High Point drops to 3-2 on the season.
And it was a disappointing end to the game, and not the way the Panthers want to start off this season. Losing the first 2 games that were actually played. Obviously, those 3 wins coming from the forfeit against Campbell. These are not conference games. It's a chance to reflect and see what needs to change, what needs to happen in order for this team to compete come conference time.
These 2 teams will see each other again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. right here at Willard Stadium. You can catch that action live right here on the High Point University Club Sports YouTube channel. Maryland takes 2 of 2 here from the Panthers. 2 winnable games for High Point, but errors and costly mistakes lead to 2 Maryland wins. We'll be right back here, 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Terps, Panthers, Game 3 of this series. We'll see you then.